Great. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to Gilded Blade Season 2. Didn't think we get a Season 2, but here we are. Uh, my lovely players back and their characters. Um, some characters aren't here. Unfortunate, but all of my players are. I'm the lore weaver, Jay, or the yellow cubes. And these are my lovely players. Let's start with the first one. Let's go with Myriad.
Hi guys, I am Myriad. I'm a streamer here on twitch.tv/Myriad_X. And I play now Great Lady Euphemia de Vesemir. So we're going up in the world, guys.
Moving up. You wanna say where they can find you?
Just Twitch. Just find me on Twitch. Just Twitch. Everything else doesn't matter.
Fair enough. Let's go with Furied Fate.
Hi, I'm Furied Fate. I'm going to be playing a new character to this campaign, Daisy May Summerfields. But as for myself, I am also a baby Twitch streamer with cozy, spooky games. You can follow me at Furied Fate for Twitch and all social medias that I may or may not have.
May or may not have is a little concerning, but all right. Let's go with Ant.
Oh yes, hello everyone. I'm AntDX1. You can catch me on twitch.tv/AntDX1, mostly playing Sea of Thieves. In this game, I play the Great Lord Theoden Deverett, who also captains a ship and is going through it. I think the whole party is going through it at this point. So super excited to get into season 2.
Everyone's going through it. Let's go with Havoc. See if he's going through it.
Not really. I'm fine. So, hi everyone. I'm Havoc, and I'm playing Rook, the mercenary, and you can find me everywhere at Havoc_RPG. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of this season.
Fair enough. And let's go with Lim, or the Liminalist.
Always saving the best for last. I'm the Liminalist. Hey, got that name on Discord. That's awesome. And you can follow me most places. Honestly, if you look up the Liminalist, you're either going to find this like semi-political podcast that isn't me, or you'll probably find stuff that's me. But you can also look for me on Instagram under Nova Chronum until I kill the person who has every permutation of Liminalist. Well, that won't help actually, because it's not like I can know their password. Okay, bribe them under pain of death to give me their usernames. I play Cass, who's a much more happy, nice person than I am. And he's a paladin. And I'm glad we're doing a season 2. It gives me more time to delay on my bullshit.
Under vibe. What a vibe. Glad to let you delay.
Thank you. I'm a professional procrastinator.
Same, except I had pressure. Did we agree on somebody giving us a recap?
Yeah, it was Rook.
Yeah, that was me. I didn't agree to it, but I guess I'm doing it.
You agreed to it.
Okay. Did I? Anyway, am I recapping like the whole thing or just last episode?
I thought the whole thing.
Oh.
Well, I did the whole thing.
You did the whole thing.
Yeah, so I'm not doing it again, right?
Okay. It took me like an hour to do that.
Well,
no, I'd be much faster.
Recap.
Well, do we need to do our 2 sentences?
Yes. Well, not right now.
Not right now.
Okay. But let's if you can give us a short recap of the season and then the last episode, I would appreciate it.
All right. Okay. So from the beginning, we started in 1092 Era 3. That was the year that we all came together. We came together for a coronation of the king, who had been king for about, I want to say 10 years. It was his 17th birthday, and he finally didn't need his regents. So we were there for that. Well, they were there for that. I managed to sneak my way in thanks to Vermouth, who is no longer with us, but that's a story for later on in this. We went to the coronation. King made a proclamation about religions being outlawed, except for one or two. I think it was one main one and like a side chick. So that happened. Then we went about our business. Everybody was talking, kind of meeting up with each other. There was a banquet, went back to the banquet. There was a freak out on stage because the king was like just not happy about somebody appearing with another religious symbol. And then they started the bells. The bells signified burning of churches. At that point, we were led off to, we watched the city burn. Then a couple of days passed. We were brought in. We were recruited. And we started working kind of to figure out what's going on and like put this whole plot together. We were sent out to find like the curator who we think is manipulating the king. We were sent out to find his person to see if it can give us any more information. But when we got there, it was just the dwarf lady who like lost her senses. So we left and we didn't really find out much. Then Theoden was replaced and we ended up like finding out there was doppelgangers or some kind of changelings. Came back further along in line so that we realized that there was things going on that we were still puzzled about. So we actually went back to the dwarf's house, found like a spell book, gave that information over to Euphemia so she could decipher it and tell us, like simple people, why this is all important. But there was some blood magic going on and things of that nature. Then we came further along and we were sent. So there was a point where Euphemia's husband and her sister-in-law were taken captive and we had to go get them. So we spent some time like going over there. I had made a discovery. I found out some of my lineage. It turns out like my mother was killed and we found her burial. And then we found other people's, we found Euphemia's husband and sister-in-law who was supposed to be pregnant. During that time, she had found this raven person who could bring on like shadow magic or something with blood on her hands. And then we came forward along. We rescued them. We sent them back to the city, but it turns out when we sent them back to this town, it wasn't actually them. It was some stand-ins or imposters like Theoden's thing from earlier. And we questioned them. And then me and Cassius went back to go find the real people. We found the ghost army and we brought the ghost army with us. And we found the real people and decided to go, but they had left us already because they had imposters. So they went back to the city without us. So we went to Euphemia's cousin's house. I don't remember her name, but they sent us back. And then we found out that we had the two imposters who really had nothing to do with this, but they were brought in because Roth and the king had summoned him back in. So and during this time, we had rescued the princess. We had brought the princess back because they wanted us to kidnap her because they needed her child. So we ended up getting everyone back to Dryland and we had freed the imposters. We let them go because we realized they were just pawns. We murdered the Euphemia's brother-in-law because he was a prick and he was bad. And then we basically we were all reunited. We were trying to make plans. The king, the prince who wants to be the king, who now had his sister and the baby, they started conspiring with us. Euphemia, Theoden were actually made on the war council. Vermouth disappeared. She went into some tree, found her kids, just decided to depart this world from the rest of us. And now she is a full-blooded elf in the wherever the hell elves go. Cassius and Willow like got really close together, and they communicated, and then we were all summoned to be told that war had broken out, and Rylon had pretty much started attacking and destroying places, and there was battle going on everywhere. That's pretty much like the quick, dirty version of everything. And I know I messed out a bunch of stuff, but sorry.
It's okay. It works. It gives you the idea of what's going on. Right at the end of the last session, I believe that Lady Euphemia, or Great Lady Euphemia, received a letter that informed her that her family, the Kells, had been brutally assassinated in their entirety, and now the lands that belong to them have been either taken over by the Raylon or are being protected by the people of the Dredge or the Farmall. As everyone was kind of gathered around, you know, drums began, and everyone was set their eyes upon the gates outside of Dryglen, the city of the city of Etbordy, which belongs to, my gosh, I can't remember their names. I'm a dingus.
Fordain.
Fordain, which belonged to the Fordain. There was an army out there. They saw a ship captain with the tricorner hat, and a jacket. This tiefling woman was standing next to the king as they began an assault on the capital of Etbordy. And after 3 months of running for you guys, there was 3 months of running. The drum beats were followed by blazing balls of fire that fell from the sky. They crashed, destroying a lot of Dryglen. How you guys got out, you're not 100% sure. You know, you guys were rushed out. It was like a flurry of golden cloaks and like these black serpent-like vines that kind of began covering you as you ran, being escorted out by countless soldiers that weave their way through the city out the back doors of this castle. When the fleeing stopped, when you guys had a moment of peace, you were woken up on a boat headed south, finally landing in Sissel Peak, a town between the borders of the Tout and Woodkeel, a very small town, meant to keep you guys under guard. And you don't know how you got here. You kind of understand that it was a whole lot of effort on everyone's part. But for the most part, you took a couple horses, you made your way through the Tout and into the Stowe, which is the lands of the great Vesemir family, of which Euphemia is now the Great Lady. The Vesemir household is now the center for this new rebellion that you guys are a part of, and I guess here you are. The Tout is holding strong. They're doing their best, and there's not much you can ask for when you're fighting such a large war. The Crownlands belong to the crown and follow the king. Areas outside of the Crownlands are fighting between joining the Fordains. The Fordains find themselves attacked on all of their borders. To the south, they have the Nalith, who are sworn to the crown, and to their east is the Vergaris, the ancient like warrior blood of the Fordain, has kind of sustained them. But the great lady Kiva Fordain, the one that was Vermouth's patron, has fallen into madness. Her sisters took power. The eldest was assassinated in her bed with her wife, and Zinva, only 16, has taken up the political side, while the youngest of only about 13 or 14, 12 or 13, my apologies, has taken up the war council, the actual fighting. Of the 54 Danes that ruled the Etbordi land, only 20 remain, most of which are children and underaged. In the dredge, the Farmal leads small groups of men to seek and destroy supply lines the Raylons have and move past into the Kel lands, attempting to restructure and take control where they can. They are attempting their best to find any remaining Kel family members, but have thus far found nothing. They have not even found the bones of where they were. Into Melange Grige, the Linnaeus have little intrusion onto their lands, as their lands are this great labyrinth of wilderness that changes upon intruders that don't have any real standing within their lands. Anyone not found with a druid of the Linnaeus is lost forever. Lord Linnaeus has pledged his allegiance to Prince Selwyn, the man you are all in allegiance with. After the kidnapping and torture of his only daughter, Tenya, his sons have returned to their family seat, all 5 of them. Setting up for the war, Good Lady Tenya and Good Lord Zurich are traveling with the prince as part of his council. Melange Grige has ordered all forges to begin to produce only cannons, blades, and shields. The last of the Linnaeus boys has returned home and calls in the Linnaeus era, known only in times of war as the Council of Poison. The Belmore of the Woodkeel have been unable to provide many soldiers, but they have set up their ports as resupply stations for the Tout and the Dredge, and many commoners have fled to Woodkeel as they feel it is a safe haven. They continue to provide for the Tout with ships and found a way of stocking them with cannons being brought down from Melange Grige, though they are only very small. There's not much effect that they can do. The Tout and the Stowe have become the leaders of the war, hiding the prince in their lands and pledging allegiance. The Tout has easily handled all battles at sea, but on land, they've only been able to succeed with the help of the Red Sword Army, a military army started by and pledged to the great Lord Rajat de Vesemir. The Tout's acting lady, Lady Kana, has called to arms their most ruthless sailors, many of which have returned to shore with the heads of many Vergara's soldiers stabbed upon pikes. The Stowe is the most secure seat of power for the Prince Silwyn, and is used as the base for what is now called the Rebellions. Many curators remain in hiding, having spoken out against their use of their goddess in such a brutal way. Though churches of the goddess of knowledge have turned their backs to these curators, and they have begun to be put to death, any man or woman who speaks out against the goddess. The few high noble families support the king's campaign of religious cleansing. Many barons and families of low nobility in all religions find it easy to manipulate the situation. Usually passive followers of knowledge turn into militant religious fanatics. These nobility have begun moving up the ranks by accusing other nobles of blasphemy and heresy. The nobles accused are more often than not executed. You all find yourselves looking upon this great map of what was once a very united world, a united country, an empire. But now you're all fighting your own wars, and you're fighting this greater war. for simple survival. As we open, you watch all these pieces being placed onto the table by countless servants, and you look, each one of you, down at this table. Let's start with Rook. You're looking down at this table. What has Rook been up to for the past 3 months?
So, Rook mostly has been working to see if, to get information from the mercenaries and to find out, where the powers would be, especially when it's concerned with the Raylon family. He's also trying to find a book that keeps being mentioned and basically just end this war.
Fair enough. All right. Let's go with Lim. What has Cass been up to?
Sorry, I accidentally closed Fantasy Grounds. Let's see. So Cass, I have to pull this back up because there we go. So Cass has been trying to communicate with Home. He's the only one of the group who doesn't originate from the Oshedia Empire. He's from Kuthia. I don't know why I'm getting these pop-ups on Fantasy Grounds, though. And he's been a couple things. I mean, he's been studying as much as he can about the various armies and militaries of this land. His homeland is pretty adept at war as well, but this is still new. The main thing is that he reached out to Kuthia and explained the situation. Is it okay if I recap a little bit of what happened?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So one of the reasons why the Republic of Kuthia sent in a representative to Oshedia was not only due to summons, but also because Bernard, the ambassador, was instructed to make a deal with the Deverett, I think, the Deverett house to start trading in their mining efforts, the ores and such out of the mines. At least that's my understanding. And so Cassius, he was given an opportunity as a promotion, basically, to kind of be the head of his bodyguard, the ambassador's bodyguard group. So it's kind of new for him. So once they managed to escape the kingdom and get in the last episode, and when we got to Dryglen, talks kind of happened because now his friend Theoden, who's part of the party, due to his now late father and brother no longer being heirs, he's the heir and now is the head of the Deverett house. So he's in control of that resource that the Republic of Kuthia wants. So convenient all around. So they talked to him about that. And one of the things that they promised, or at least tried to promise, was military support. And now granted, Kuthia is kind of across the pond, so it's a little different. But what they were able to acquire was that the Republic of Kuthia did approve a 1 galleon equipped
We
with
can get to that if you want.
stuff.
Okay.
I can skip it if you want.
No, I'm saying we can get to it so I can get to
You
it.
want me to say it?
we
Or
can.
do you want to explain it?
We can wait, just so I can get to everyone, and then
Sure.
there will be a chance for you to say everything.
yeah.
There is.
No, I mean, I don't. You can say it. I don't need to. So, I'll say that they approved military support, and that is kind of a lot of what he was organizing. Along the way, he and a fellow member of the party, who is not played by one of the players, but is still a part of the party, named Willow, have been somewhat entangled, you could say. It's complicated. And there has been an attempt, and they're still attempting, but it's complicated between the two. But that remains to be seen. Otherwise, as far as what Cass has been up to is he hasn't cut his hair, so it's a little bit longer. He did shave his beard off, though he hasn't had a chance to shave recently, so probably a little bit of stubble there. And he's been lifting, he's been working out. You got to be in shape, so he looks even better than he did before. Definitely. And that's my recap.
Definitely still hot. Gotcha. Great. Then we're gonna go with Theoden.
Yes. So Theoden would have been doing his best to head the Deverett House's response remotely. He's also doing this in accent because he may have not practiced his accent since the last season. So another thing he's working on. He and Connor would have been doing their best Deadpool montage there in attempts to get an heir. I guess at 3 months out, we may have news on that, but I, as a player, certainly do not. And then aside from that, more attentive lords and ladies at the Sylvan HQ may have noticed him spending more time with court wizards. Not sure what that's about. I mean, I am, but you all hopefully aren't. So that's about it. Just preoccupied with the war effort and making an heir and surviving.
Fair enough. All right. Let's go with Euphemia, I believe is the last. We have one more person, but Euphemia.
Last of the current group that we know of.
Last of the current group that you know of.
Euphemia is sat in her chair, probably one of the heads of the table. Her jaw is set straight, making her otherwise pretty face seem cold, just like the winter winds that whip around the horde. Her copper hair is pulled up into intricate braids that rest atop her head, and she has a bunch of little red jewels pinning everything together. She dons furs and a dress of black and red that fits her loosely around the midsection, very much unlike usual sapphire and gold attire. Over the last 2 months, she has been making use of the groundwork she had begun to lay over a decade previously within the Oshedia Empire, recruiting spies, building an informant network, and establishing safe houses throughout the continent. But most importantly, she has been working closely with her husband, Rajat, gathering information for him and his Red Swords to aid them in battle.
Indeed. And lastly, what has Daisy May been up to? She's heard of this war breaking out. She's felt the effects of it, and she's kind of started to run. But she's kind of started to understand what's happening a little more.
She's not exactly sure about all the political going-ons because she's kind of been secluded into a church or monastery for the past couple years, trying to get her rights for her priesthood. But unfortunately, when the religious persecution and wars came out, her monastery was attacked, unfortunately, and she was not able to get her rides. So she heard about a rebellion or, front that was supporting or against the religious persecution. So she's on another pilgrimage to join the efforts and to help the group. On the way, she does meet other people. She does give blessings. She does help with death rites, helping those who are wounded pass on into the great beyond. Normal cleric pilgrim bullshit, but yes, she's all covered in mud, but she's always smiling.
Love that. So, what does Daisy May look like for anyone, for everyone?
Right, because that's a thing. Hold on, let me get the description out again. Because I don't have it committed to memory.
I do. I can do it for you if you'd like.
No, I got it.
Sure.
She is a petite, curvy girl, roughly about 10 and 8 years or 10 and 9 years, with short, wavy brown hair that has natural highlights from being outside in the sun all the time. It just, kind of curls right above her shoulders, and if it's wet, it goes below her shoulders. She has this nice, honey, sun-kissed complexion, with a nice little smattering of freckles across her cheeks and nose. She has these big hazel green doe eyes that are flecked with gold streaks. And as I said earlier, she's always wearing a warm smile. But there is a faint scar above her left eyebrow that she got sometime during her childhood from a... But that's another story.
Muted, Jay.
It's another story. All right, thank you. So as you look over this map, you see a couple people kind of muttering to themselves, and you see that most of you who know Willow understand that she tends to be more hidden in the back, but now she is donning these great, like these bright red kind of insignias on her body. She is covered from head to toe in black with these accents of red, like a collar around her neck, and a sort of cloak that goes over one shoulder that's tattered and kind of burnt up with eyes covering the bottom. All of you who are soldiers, Rook, you see that Willow stands next to you as she whispers to you, Hornsilver's taken most of the Cal lands, right? Like, this is all kind of fucked. And I've heard your connection to the, Raylon.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you can tell us? Spies or otherwise?
Well, I can tell you some of their troop movements.
She just nods and lets it go. And at the head of the table, seeing as this is his castle called the Horde, you see a man with his hair pulled back, kind of scattered with scars on his face, and handsome, maybe about 6 and 20, probably older, but he looks down at this table and watches as people begin to discuss. You are not the only people in this room. There are countless like counselors and, soldiers, generals, people that should not be here. And among them is Bernard, Ambassador Bernard. He looks down and he begins to call out what's been happening on the map. Hornsilver has taken most of the cow lands. At Bordy looks pushed in. The Tout is holding strong, but the borders are not our issue. And he kind of looks around for anyone to fill in. And Willow chimes in. No, it's the infighting in towns, among neighbors. They did a smart thing destroying trust. Now it's an actual civil war. I've seen wives kill husbands and brother maim brother. It's dark out there. Our biggest issue is going to be getting people who worship this god on our side. And they've done a very good job of isolating them. So, you see the man at the head of this table look down at all of you. You understand, right? That each of you has a role to play. I think our best bet is going to smaller lords, barons, lords, heirs, and convincing them of stopping this all together. But unless any of you has any other information, we're working on things that are 2 or 3 weeks out of date. And that can be dangerous.
Euphemia is going to pipe up after Willow has spoken about neighbor fighting neighbor and such. I think it would be beneficial if we obtain some of the curators who have gone into hiding. What better way than to get those followers of Nahalij on our side who may be siding with the crown as of late than to get those who are figureheads of Nahalij.
So, demographically, is Nahalij the main religion? Is that like where are we demographically? Are they a small minority? How is that?
Oh no, they're the large minority. They're the ones who have been burning temples of other gods.
But like as far as commoners go, are most people supporting the Temple of Knowledge?
I think a primary, it's a majority.
Okay.
It's the primary religion here.
If we can get religious leaders behind us and backing us, I mean, I have no doubt that they're probably scared for their lives at this point, given the fact that the people have been culling curators. We could use that to our advantage and gain the trust and backing of the common folk, which is what we need because above all else, we need bodies.
I agree with that. And perhaps we should speak to some of the followers of Rhaenyra as well. Though they were spared, they may and should have strong opinions about this, I would think. I mean, if they are true followers, would they not believe in justice and integrity and light? The burning of other churches is the opposite of that.
Well, the main temple to Rhaenyra is in Crane Hill. So, enemy lands and all that. if you want to go and talk to them, you can. They might be more accepting of your presence, seeing as you are, as he like gestures to your clothing. Good at the word of God. That was not good words on my part.
Well,
Apologies.
certainly I could go, but well, I don't think my place is leaving my comrades.
I would agree.
But I would be willing to go alone if it necessitated it.
Perhaps I could send out some feelers to see what the overall thoughts are of those followers of Ramira before we send anyone to try to parley with them. Be a waste of time for Cassius to travel there.
Great.
All right.
Well, as far as I know, I have a couple of papers for each of you to sign. Theoden. Good lord. Great lord, Theoden. Mouthful. Couple of papers for you to sign, and then we should be getting word about, from your sister, about new soldiers headed your way.
Is there any chance we could go on the offensive? There is more than one way to skin a cat. Not that I go around skinning cats, but I've heard, I suppose, we could approach followers of knowledge with arms open, but we could also strike similar fear in them as they have in us. Are there any thoughts toward pushing either toward the capital or pressing our advantages in places that maybe aren't quite as hooked on knowledge, as it were?
Well,
What do we know of like the Nalith and such in terms of who they worship primarily? Do they primarily worship knowledge?
so the Nalith, who have Greenhill, who hold Greenhill, worship mainly Rhaenyra, which is a bit strange to you. They always kind of did. It was just sort of a silent presence that was always there. With the wars starting and Rhaenyra being one of the protected lands or one of the protected religions, the only protected religion, it seems that a lot of people have turned to the church of Rhaenyra to be spared any, fighting.
What in terms of resources does Nalith offer?
So Nalith is, from your thing, you would remember that Nalith is a lot of, like, a lot of food. So they grow quite a few crops. They do have some mining, mostly copper, but it's mostly farmland.
Do they supply a lot of the agricultural needs to the rest of the empire?
They do. You guys have been making do with, some of the food that's taken from Mélange Grige. A lot of it has been kind of forced to grow by druids, and they're doing their best, but that can suck nutrients out of soil quite quickly. Woodkeel is trying to produce some food. They are doing their best, but you guys are mostly surviving on what the Farmal can either fish or grab from the sea, along with Woodkeel also attempting. Yeah.
So it would make sense why the crown would align themselves with Nalith, given everyone's need to eat. So I think we have two options. We can either parley with Nalith, or we can burn their lands.
Did you say that Nalith was primarily Remira?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to punish the people, the good people of a nation, for the sins of their governments. Burning their lands could result in widespread famine, in death on par with that of war itself. Though I understand the impetus for such a thing. Perhaps instead of burning, is there a way that we could cut off their water supply or convince people to move and leave the land untended? I know it's not as easy as burning, but I don't want to see people die.
Because most of the water supply goes through the Crown lands into Nalith, correct?
Yes.
So we wouldn't be able to do anything in terms of their water supply.
I don't even know where Nalith is, to be honest. I can't find it, so.
It's next to the Crownlands, so
Yeah, it's Green Hill.
left of it.
Green Hill. Yeah, we'd be currently, at least on land, we'd be blocked by the front of the war, so it might be difficult to even push into those lands to do anything of the sort.
Unless we go up and around. Well, down and around, really.
Yeah, perhaps via the sea. I'm not sure exactly how much control we have over the waters outside of there, but the sea is a large place, perhaps some room for maneuvers.
Well, go ahead.
I was gonna say, didn't we learn about undead pirates and the white-haired lady and the black sails, black ships? Maybe the sea's not the greatest idea. I mean, I think they lost 3 ships just trying to get back here.
I believe our fleet has held their own, though. It's not this army's not a completely unstoppable force, if reports have informed me correctly.
Rajat, great Lord Rajat pipes up a bit. Well, we might be able to go around into Mélange Grèche, but we would have to have a druid because getting lost there is death. And moving an army that big through it might not be the best option. Might be our only option, seeing as out of Greenhill, we have a lot of the King's strange undead army. The pirates. Right. But maybe we've been thinking about this too hard. Maybe a day off would give us some time to think. He kind of looks over at all of you, and he looks at Cass. And he goes, "Sir Cassius,
Yes, sir.
have you ever heard of a goddess? Vuros?
Would Cass know that? Should I roll something?
You could roll me religion with advantage because it's quite easy. Oh, I forgot to send that to you, Rook. Let me send that to you now. 12 12, it's fine. It's pretty easy to remember. This is the god of death. Kind of worshipped as a god of life here, is kind of the end of the cycle of life. And kind of the natural course of things. You would recognize it as that. It's kind of a well-known religion. Not many people in the Oshetia Empire worship them, but a small portion do.
Then he would nod his head and be like, well, also, is it more common where he comes from, or?
Yes, it would
Okay.
be more common.
Yeah, he nods his head and pauses a bit, and he's just like, yes, what does that have to do with anything?
Are they trustworthy? He kind of looks around at all of the counselors and he goes, "Get out, please. Get. You all smell like pungent piss. Go." And many just kind of scatter. You guys are left kind of alone. And he looks at you and goes, "Are they trustworthy? A trustworthy bunch?"
Would I think they are?
Yeah, they're clerics, kind of like any other. They do worship the life cycle, so they kind of protect people, and they tend to be very nice, as they want people to be like happy and live healthy lives.
Well,
They're kind of hippies.
trustworthy in that they, perhaps as much as anyone is. I mean, not so much as the followers of Ramira, of course, but I wouldn't deem them untrustworthy just because of their faith, if that makes any sense.
But well, that being said, I have a friend of a friend who requires me to take someone in for them. Though I don't believe in their god. Others do. So I suppose Daisy May, you are behind a door, being held by this lord, this baron. He's kind of holding your arm and he's instructing you. Right, so don't look him in the eye. Rajat, terrifying guy. His wife, scarier, much scarier. Don't like her. Kind of mean, but I guess acceptable. Can be nice. Lord Theoden. Best words I can describe him are his wife's puppet. Best I can do. Actually, they're both puppets to each other. Equal marriage and all that. Rook. He's just big guy. Dragonborn. I'm assuming you know Dragonborns. Great. Cassius. Don't look him in the eye, but for other reasons. He'll drag you down. Like, yeah.
So where am I supposed to look?
With Cassius? With Sir Cassius, right? That's the one you're talking about. With him.
Well, I mean, in general. I mean, you told me not to look at as great Lord Rajat, his wife, and like pretty much everybody.
You can look at Theoden in the eye. He's fine. Harmless.
Oh, okay. Which one was he again?
The one with the wife. The Lady Kana. I'm sure you've heard of her. Maybe.
Not
Fairy tale.
really.
Okay. You'll see him. He looks like a pirate, but he's not.
What does a pirate look like?
Oh God. Okay, that's too many favors that I cast in. Right. He looks nice. He's the only one that looks nice. Like kind. Cassius looks attractive, and you'll know exactly what I mean when I say that. Lady Euphemia, just don't. Euphemia, Rook, Lord Rajat, no eye contact. Forehead or like neck is the best bet. Maybe floor. You know?
Right. I'll do my best.
Good. Again, I'm warning you, Cass, no eye contact. If you see Willow, it's a woman, dark skin, braided hair, in braids.
So nothing like the trees.
No,
No resemblance to a tree. Okay.
no resemblance to a tree. No. Don't look at her at all. She's not in the room. If you see her, you don't.
So is she like a ghost?
No, she's a person, but
But she's not supposed to be seen.
yes, kind of a shadow. At least that's what Urjat tells me. So
does that make her a demon if she's a shadow?
maybe. Oh, I didn't. As he continues to like ramble at you, you hear a knock at the wooden door. And these two wooden doors open. You enter a room that's kind of overlooking many mountains and rolling kind of valleys. This time of year they are covered in this snow. It feels cold in this room, but it doesn't feel uncomfortable. It doesn't feel freezing. Kind of like something in this room is creating warmth that you can't see. And around a table, you see people significantly better dressed than you. A lot of them are wearing gold, kind of gold embroidered clothing. You see that one man is wearing this kind of heavy coat, embroidered with like a ship on the shoulder. It goes all the way down, with these, filigree markings. You see a woman kind of standing tall, head, chin up, doesn't kind of looking down at everyone through her nose, not intentionally, but just because that's just how she stands. You see a big dragon board, and you see he is just kind of standing around looking at this table. They're all conversing, and they were all kind of looking toward Lord Rajat, who sits on this throne like kind of it's kind of like a throne on a dais, but it is not as ostentatious. Go ahead.
So Daisy May's looking, around this barren guy that kind of brought her in. She's, oh, howdy, y'all. Oh my goodness, y'all are just so fancy. Oh my goodness, I wish I would have known. I would have washed my hands and cleaned under my nails. I would have, made myself more presentable like my mama taught me.
You see the Baron freeze up. All of you see what Daisy May doesn't see from the front. He just kind of stiffens and looks around at all of you. This is Miss.
Hi, my name is Daisy May Summerfields. I hail from the Summerfields family. We have a farm down south where we grow sheep. We are pretty much the largest. Oh gosh, what did Daddy say? We are the largest import of mutton and wool.
I'm sorry, did you think you would have washed your hands? Did they not give you a basin in which to wash your hands? We have basins, right?
I'm so sorry. Oh well, I haven't had a chance to wash up yet. I just came out from the fields. I was helping some wounded soldiers. They got these little cuts and bruises, and infection is like the number one killer. So sometimes you gotta to wash them out before they go bad.
Daisy, shut up. Daisy, shut up.
I'm
Daisy, shut
gonna
up.
look towards Rajat. What friend of a friend did this one get pulled out of?
Drift.
Honestly, I should have figured.
And he kind of looks over you, Euphemia, toward Daisy May, and he goes, I love your mutton. It's great.
Okay, but what do you do?
I'm sorry. What?
What do you do? Why are you here?
Oh, well, I'm not entirely sure. The Baron here said that I could be of use.
Most people can.
You're a
Right.
cleric.
Oh,
You said
okay,
you're
well,
helping
I mean,
wounded soldiers.
technically not a cleric, because I don't have my vestments. I haven't been sworn in. My monastery kind of got burnt down before the rites were given. So I'm an acolyte. It's a funny word, but yeah.
Wait, burns down in the most recent cleansing. Is that correct then?
Well, that was like roughly 2-3 months ago, and I've been kind of traveling, and also I kind of went home to visit my family because they were worried about me with worshiping Varos and not being murdered for it or imprisoned.
Oh, you worship Boros.
Well, worship, work alongside with, I'm just trying to do some good in the world.
I see. And do you?
Do I what?
Do good in the world.
Well, I would like to think so. I mean, I tried my best, I tried my hardest, and I'm honest, and I don't hurt nobody that, doesn't do me no wrong.
But how would you help us, is the question.
Daisy May looks at the Baron like, how am I supposed to help them?
The Baron looks to Rajat, and Rajat goes, oh, right, it came to my view that we don't have anyone to heal us in, when we run, and inevitably when we do end up in a war. And while I don't mind being hurt and running and bleeding out while I'm running, losing a limb, I don't mind any of it.
I do, actually. I do mind that for you.
Right, so you're gonna get to my point.
Wait, you're saying
which
out of
is-
in the entire Sharia Empire, the best you could find was an acolyte?
Well, no.
An acolyte of the god of...
Yes?
I have a feeling the rest of them have been put on the front line. This is what's left.
Oh dear.
It was just
Daisy May
more
is
of
just like
a-
staring at Rook because he's a dragonborn and she doesn't get much exposure.
no eye contact.
Baron, it's a talking lizard. He's really big.
Honey, alright, goddamn. Yeah.
She just called me a lizard.
Rajab pipes up. Right. So it was more of a contraster. It seems that she has standing, and she's the only cleric that I could ever imagine wouldn't try to kill my wife. So, I've brought her here as entertainment to Euphemia and the rest of you.
There's a lot of people.
Well,
who
Don't- Entertainment.
Your wife.
I
Well,
thought she was doing the healing. Does she have?
she
Party
is.
sex as well.
Save your wife.
She's there in case of emergencies. For all of you. seeing as you are all part of the council, and Silwyn hasn't deemed us good enough to get out of his room since we got here, we're the only ones running this war. Which means we're all in danger. Which means my wife is in danger. Which means my kids would have no mother if she dies. So, unfortunate, yes. But it's what I do. Yes?
Euphemia, there's sort of a break in her character at that. And she sort of just holds herself by the midsection a little bit and straightens up even further and looks maybe a little bit uncomfortable.
I don't mean to be rude or forward, but are you expecting?
No, why would you say that?
Just your mannerisms. I mean, usually when a woman is carrying, she usually protects her midsection, or unless your guts are spilling out.
No, I'm fine. Not expecting.
Are
It'd
you
be
sure? 'Cause you
ridiculous to have
kinda
a baby
glow.
at this time.
I'm casting Zone of Truth.
My God. If you want to cast
on
Zone of
Daisy or on or on Euphemia?
Euphemia. She's being very suspicious.
She stopped being suspicious.
No one says I'm fine and means it.
She said, I'm not carrying a child. I'm fine.
When they ask you if you're fine and you have to lie and just say that you're fine, but it's not really fine.
No woman says I'm fine and is actually
Sure.
fine. No, we don't have to, but
You can cast Zone of Truth. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Destroy your relationship with Euphemia. Go ahead.
no, I don't actually know enough about what the spell does. I have to read it.
Creates a magical zone that like allows you to know if somebody's lying. It's a charisma saving
15
throw.
Charisma
Yeah.
saving.
I can't even find it.
It's all the way at the bottom of your actions.
Oh Jesus! It can only be on one person.
It's a
zone.
15-foot radius.
It's
Yeah.
a physical
Oh.
area, I think.
Perfect. That's what I wanted because I wanted to get both of them. Yeah, no, I'm gonna cast it on everybody because this is a new person who's like joining our like group, and we have to be able to trust this person. So yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Can you guys give me charisma saving throws?
Do I need to tell you what the save is, or can you read it?
It should be 15.
Because it only says 12, and I don't know if that's wrong or right.
Here, I think it might be because of your. Let me double check.
Fucking Daisy passed it.
Oh shit.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it is 12 because of
Wow.
your casting mod. It should be more. Do you not? You did not, so it is 12. So
I'm gonna use an inspo on that.
okay. You guys did have some left over from last.
So, if we fail the saving throw, basically everything that comes out of the mouth has to be truth, or we don't have, like, we know though, like, we could avoid talking, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Or you can like skirt the truth, but
Right.
it's not. Yeah. It can't be a lie.
I'm
Cass
fine,
says.
I don't lie anyway.
Cass says as he is casting it, he's looking straight at Daisy. And he's like, you know what? Actually, if we're going to be conducting this interview, let's do it with, everything laid bare. And then he casts it. It's definitely totally not to include Euphemia in that.
Yeah, so everyone but Rook succeeded. All right. you have to ask questions now.
Interview? What am I being interviewed for?
The position to attend us. How many soldiers have you actually helped?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, let's see. There were the ones along the southern border, along the coast, that village that got burnt, the woman who had a breech baby, and then all the rest that were out here.
When you say the woman who had a breech baby, was it the woman who was the soldier or the baby?
The one, well, I mean, it was technically the soldier's wife. He was really worried about her, and I couldn't just leave her
I see.
alone. I mean, he was
I
so
see.
worried. So I helped.
Yeah,
How many wars have you seen?
Well, I mean, this would technically be my first.
Understood. I mean, you're fairly young, right? How old
I
are
think
you?
I'm about 19. I kind of lost track.
How long have you been studying?
Well, I went into the temple since I was about 12, 13, just right before I hit womanhood.
If asked to lay down your life to defend people you hardly know, your comrades in arms, would you do so?
Probably not.
Noted.
So we're doing an interview then. Might
Wait.
I?
Wait a second. Did she
My-
just say no?
She did. She said no.
Okay.
So, all right. Daisy May, is it? Could you briefly? I'm sort of trying for a culture fit here. So could you briefly sort of describe a situation in which you maybe
What, a
had a
courtship?
conflict
Aren't you
with
married?
someone?
Married?
No, a culture fit, a culture. Like if we're doing an interview, we have to know not only your skills, but whether or not you mesh with the rest of the team. So could you describe for me a situation where you had a conflict with a colleague and how you sort of approached resolution for that?
Well, I don't know exactly what you mean, but my mom always taught me if I got in a fight with somebody, I just say I'm sorry.
Okay, good start.
What weapons is she wearing, if any?
No weapons right now. She's just in kind of her informal robes.
So you're not carrying any weapons, wearing no armor. You're just in robes.
Right. Yeah.
Okay,
You know,
I'm
I mean,
just-
it would be weird to show up in her armor and weapons when she's just meeting people.
If everyone in the party was injured and unable to stand to escape from peril, who would be your priority? A soldier? A warrior? A royal? A sailor royal? Who would be the one you would save if you could only save one?
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I would try to save as many as I can.
But it's not an option. You can only save one.
I don't know. I've never had to think about something so serious before.
Well, you better start, because that's what you're getting yourself into. You needn't not answer now. You don't know us yet. But I should hope that within a few weeks of you attending us, you will know the right answer to that question. Hey,
For
would you
such a pretty man, you
look
say
at my
such
eyes?
mean words.
Not the rest of me. He steps like really close to her and like looks down on her.
Do you mind? You're invading my personal space. And she takes a
Personal
step back.
space. A soldier doesn't get personal space. Are you a soldier now? Or are you?
No, I'm an acolyte. I thought I said that earlier.
I've also been told that you are entertainment, so I'm just trying to get to the bottom of that. We are now in a war, so are we not all warriors?
I don't know about entertainment. I mean, Barrett, What did you tell these people?
Baron Hillborough looks over at Rajat, and Rajat kind of shakes his head and he goes, I wasn't supposed to tell them anything. He was and Rajat kind of fiddles with his like the hem of his sleeve and he goes, yeah, I forgot. Warden, all I forgot you were coming. To be perfectly honest.
Rajat, I'm going to save you from yourself. I think what was intended was that he knows that this group is, we get up to trouble sometimes, and we get ourselves in trouble sometimes. And we must know that we can trust each other to make each other laugh in dire times.
Well, I mean, I'm not a comedian or a songstress. I mean, one of my elder brothers, I mean, he's a darn good bard. He could play you the greatest little ditty ever on his fiddle.
That's wonderful to know about your brother.
Right. So, how about we stop attacking the child and
I should certainly hope that she's not a child. She's
Wait,
19.
how old is she? Oh, she's 19.
She's 19.
How old are
Right.
18?
Isn't she like the same age as like Theoden's wife?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's an adult person, yes. So how?
Oh, suddenly she's an adult person.
So,
She's not a child, she's an adult person.
she's practically my age. I'm only a couple years older than she is.
I mean, also, I mean, Daisy May, she stands roughly 5'2" against Cass's. What? How tall is Cass?
He's like 6'4".
Yeah, he's like, good head and then some on her.
Are we done interrogating her? Or?
Yes,
I
yes.
have two more. I have two more.
Oh, heavens. Go ahead.
Really?
Okay, first,
I didn't know this was 20 questions. Okay.
of the people in this room, just another sort of culture question. Of the people in this room, I'd like to play a game. So you can pick 3, and you have to, with one of them wed, one of them bed, and one of them behead. 3 of us, just first impressions.
Wonderful.
I'm
I think she's a cleric. I don't think they do that.
It's not, it's theoretical. It's a,
You're not a part of this conversation.
all right. We can skip that question for now. I really just wanted to say it because I
No,
liked the
we need to
red
know the
bed.
answer to that
Okay,
question.
Okay, sure, all right. All right.
I mean,
Don't know why. Right.
I'm
what
with
do you
you.
mean to bed?
Right. Yeah. No, she can't answer that question. I'm not explaining the birds and the bees to her.
To fornicate.
All right. Oh, okay.
Cassie.
Oh, to make babies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know how to make babies. I mean, I've seen the animals do it, and I've helped, deliver animals on the farm. But I mean, I never thought about it for myself because when I went into the monastery, and then the nuns, they said, to not do that.
Okay, well, Theoden, I think this question is philosophically impossible.
That's fine. That wasn't the most important question. All right, for my last question,
But
so
then you
Cassius,
just asked me 3 questions already.
No,
Well,
he said he had 2 more.
this is more of a practical. So Cassius, could you do me a favor and hit me, not in the face and not below the belt,
I'll do it.
and not hard, just enough to cause a bit of damage.
All
Wait,
right.
I got this, Cassius. Let
Rook,
me do it.
I have seen you punch multiple heads off of people's shoulders. I'm sorry, but I don't trust you. I can handle it. Besides, he asked me to deck him.
But I want to now.
I'm not sure these people are sane because they're asking themselves to hurt each other.
I believe this is going to be a test of your skill set.
Listen, Can you heal?
Oh, Euphemia's got it.
They said you
Yeah, I
could
can
heal.
heal.
Right. Okay. See him? Pretty one, blonde hair? He's frontline fighter. He's probably going to be in the thick of it. But he has a way to heal himself, so focus on someone else. Me, I'm a frontline fighter. Focus on me or him. We're probably going to get hit the most. Theoden, I'm not sure what he does, but if he gets into anything dangerous, you'll probably want to pull him out of it. That one over there, and he points to Euphemia, he says, she's really dainty. Don't let her mean look fool you. If she gets hit, she's going to squish. So you want to make sure she doesn't get in front of anything.
I don't plan on getting into the midst of fights. I'm just letting you know that.
After that,
Silly.
just make sure you don't go down and we're good. Got it?
Well, that was
I mean, I guess.
Perfect. Moving on.
All right. Instead of punching Theoden, how about anybody want to spar after this?
Is that a euphemism for something?
No.
I look over at Willow.
No. I have a taker. I have a taker, and after we're doing that, we can test out her abilities after that because there'll be nothing left.
I would like to observe her actually helping someone before we're just like, okay, trust her with our
Alright,
lives. That is a
This has
legitimate
gone on
request.
too long. This has gone on too long. He gets up and walks behind Euphemia. He like pulls out one of her pins and he like slices his hand with it and he goes, fix it.
Oh my goodness, you're bleeding. Okay, hold on. Nobody panic. I was trained for this. Let's see.
He might bleed out by the time you get to him.
I'm going to take the pin from him and be like, you just ruined a perfectly good pin.
Wash it. Or use one of the other million.
So she, rushes over and she does just a simple cure wounds spell on him.
Do simple cure wounds. I'm not gonna make you roll for anything. It like closes up. I guess you can. It closes up.
Hold
Yeah,
on, get
9.
spell
It closes up. There's no like lasting scar on it or anything. He kind of like looks at you guys who were like poking and prodding at her, and he goes, "Done."
Fantastic.
I didn't even need
Great
that.
to meet you. Welcome on in.
And that is acceptable, I think. I've seen
Oh, and
far
I can
worse in the
also
front
destroy
lines.
undead, but I haven't had to do that lately. I mean, I did that like second year. Yeah, second year, but it's been a while.
I have to find this monastery.
I feel like you should have led with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the horde of undead that's currently occupying Green Hill. That should have.
Wait, what?
It's her first job.
I don't understand how that it became so difficult.
Euphemia's going to look out the window, taking notice of where the sun is in the sky, and she's going to whisper something to Willow.
I will wait for the whisper unless you want to say it out loud. So, are we done? Can I go about my day? Can I go about my day? Can I, go look at the offices, make sure we have enough coin, arms?
I thought we were
Kenya's
going to
current-
spar.
Well, we are at night because I do have work.
Well, then otherwise I'm satisfied. We need to get back to planning.
Fantastic.
So what is it we are planning to do? I'm not sure we ever actually decided that.
No, we haven't. But we have a new asset.
Sure.
So where exactly? I hate to ask more questions, but where exactly? You said Summerfields is where you're from?
No, that's a family name.
Oh, okay.
We're actually from the south. You would have to ask fucking where. Jay, did we ever figure out where I was from? I know we said south.
Woodkill.
Look at the fucking map.
Oh, Woodkill. Okay, I was just wondering if we didn't get lucky and you were from Melange Grige, so we could just have a guide just drop on our.
She's
In
a
front of
cleric,
us,
not a
yeah.
druid.
Well, they're close enough, but I suppose not.
Not quite close enough to when the trees are trying to kill you.
All right, fair point.
Rook, somebody, one of your cell swords kind of comes up behind you. He comes in quietly as you're all doing this, and he whispers in your ear, I've heard word that the book is on its way here.
Here.
It's in the stow, I think.
Any idea who?
From what I know. He's doing it quietly so that the rest don't hear you. He goes, they say it has information on the drown. And I have no idea who holds it. Rumor is it might be in the hoard, in the castle.
This castle.
This one. Massive as it is.
That's. Thank you. Keep it up. And if you hear anything else, let me know immediately.
Sir. And he walks out. Rajat kind of looks around and goes, right, so I would tend to your affairs, figure out what you're doing. I'm not sure if we're going to move tomorrow, but I would be prepared. We can, I will see what I can come up with the coin that we have at our disposal, and see if we can't get any more backing from other mercenary groups. Acceptable?
Yes. I will send someone out to Green Hill.
Good.
See if we can get some feelers out on the temple and maybe what the common folks think of the entire situation. See if we have any friends and allies in that area.
Good. All right. Have a good day. And he walks out. I keep going to push up my glasses again. I don't have those.
So,
Yes.
is it just our group now?
Yes.
All right, because I know there was other people in here conversating, and I don't know them or trust them. So when our group is the only ones left, and if anybody goes to leave, I'm gonna like motion or catch their eye or like hold them for a second. And wait, hold on. I'm gonna gather them together. I'm just like, okay. So I just learned that a vital piece of information may have just come to the castle, and I really think it might be in our best interest to find it.
What information?
It's a book. And from my sources, this book holds many secrets and can shift power dramatically. It's some book of secrets. Ramiro talked about it. And I heard from another person. I would have to check. But
Do you think it's already in the castle, in the hoard, or that someone recently brought it in?
someone bought it here recently. Or it's on its way. But I think it's here. My sources seem to think it's already here. I've been hearing about it repeatedly. Nobody knows who's carrying it, but I think it may hold vital information to help us in this war.
What's the name of the book?
I don't know the name. I just know it's a black leather bound book. Which I know doesn't make it easy.
I mean, there's a lot of black leather bounded books in any library.
DM.
Yes.
I have probably read every single book in the Horde. Is there any sort of book that would ring any bells towards what Rook might be
No.
talking about?
Can I tell her?
Without without like the name of a book, you know of a lot of black leather bound books in the library. And it's a massive library, so you could pick out any number of books that are bound in black leather. So you can't.
Any that might. What kind of secrets? Like arcane secrets or.
I don't know. I don't know how much information I got. Is there anything distinguishing about it that I would have learned?
I would say that you would have learned it looks kind of worn, like it's beat up, like it's been opened and closed a lot. But that's about as much of distinguishing features as you know. Because this book is not meant to be known, so
So
They
there's a
wouldn't even-
black book and it's important, and that's all you know about it.
Yeah.
Well, if you would like, we could spend a couple of hours going through the library. It might take a while, but
I don't think we're gonna find it in the library. It's on. I would assume it's on a person of power or who holds sway, and whoever that person is may not be on our side.
and why would they be in my castle?
Really?
Femia, a servant brings you a little saucer and a cup of tea.
I'm going to take it and start sipping on it as we continue the discussion.
I don't even like the fact that you just drank that tea. Listen, we're at a time of war. Your husband and you are in charge, like pretty much leading this army, correct?
Yes.
If you want the army to crumble, who would you take out first?
Obviously us, but you are underestimating us as well. Do you think we would allow a traitor in our midst? We're not the
Would you
crown.
want me to detect poison on the tea?
Yeah,
No,
that would
it's
probably.
fine.
She doesn't. Okay, no offense, Lady Femia, but I walked among you as a Rylon for months before you realized who I was, and it's only because I told you. Yes, I think a spy could get into your castle.
Rook,
I would
darling,
legit-
I think it's very cute that you think that I wasn't a little bit suspicious of you as a dragonborn walking around trying to pry into the affairs of nobles and not think that you were some sort of affiliation with the Raylon. You know what they
Suspicion?
say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Just saying, it is a possibility. You can't say that it's impossible that somebody's here that's not on your side. And even if they are on your side, they still are the possession of the book. We need it.
Fine. We'll have everyone searched.
That might be a way
We'll
to go.
We'll go through everyone's belongings. Would that be fit enough for you?
It's your castle.
How do you know the book is here exactly?
Because I was told.
But who told you?
My associates.
But I guess, how do they know? Is there anything about their source of knowledge that we could use to build up knowledge and narrow down where the book might be? Or what it is?
I don't know. I've been searching for the book for months. And it's the only clue I have to like end this war.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you hear about this book?
Again, my sources.
Where did you hear about it? Who told you about the existence of this book to begin with?
The Sellswords. So I've been researching the Raylon. I've been researching for Mill. I've been trying to figure out what was the conspiracy that caused the death of Athenia. And the book kept coming into question. It is a source of intrigue, secrets, and can like flip the politics. And someone has it. And it's been discussed, spoken about, seen, and now it's supposedly here. I know it sounds crazy, but 3 months ago, war would have sounded crazy. Undead pirate ships, undead taking over forests, all of that would have sounded far-fetched too. And and I think some of you have all had some kind of hint or revelation regarding this book as well, or at least some of you.
This is the first I've heard of it.
Everyone coming into and out of the castle will now be searched to ensure that we do not miss it if it is coming or going. You're muted, Jay.
Sorry. Euphemia, a servant comes in, quietly whispers in your ear. Ma'am, I believe there is a shouting match happening in the Lord Rajat's chambers, between, the Lady Willow and himself. If you would be so kind as to deal with that. We have tried, but they throw things.
I'm going to take a large swig of the tea and gulp the rest of it down, setting the saucer and the cup firmly on the table, and I am going to smile unpleasantly to everyone and leave.
So what happens if our enemies get a hold of this book?
You're muted, Fury.
I hope she didn't burn her tongue because, you know, the tea being hot and she just kind of just drained it down.
Seem to be working just fine. I mean, when you burn your tongue, you're like, oh god, that hurts. And you like talk really weird, which is hard to do when you're also doing a fake accent. But trust me, it's there. I didn't hear any of that, so I imagine she's fine.
I guess so. I mean, I guess I shouldn't worry about her. With the tea, at least. I still think she's pregnant.
So in my limited experience, that's not something you say unless they've told you, but perhaps I've been sheltered.
Well, I certainly
No,
wouldn't say so.
I'm just worried about the baby's health, that's all.
I think you should only be concerned if she starts drinking wine or any alcohol.
Wouldn't she? If she was
Well, I
pregnant,
mean, a
would she
little bit
not?
every so often isn't going to hurt you. I mean, like Mama always had like a little fifth or a thimble worth of brandy whenever she was stressed or when, she was pregnant.
That may explain some things.
I mean, she's already got 5 or 6. If this one's a little addled, it's not.
Fair enough. Right. Well, we have a plan for protecting the book, but what's the plan for finding it?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe you magic people can but you would need to see it.
You said it was here in the castle?
I was told it's believed that it's here, or it is arriving.
Arriving.
Why don't you find somebody who can do like a tracking spell?
I thought I was.
Well, I mean,
My apologies, I have to
don't
step
you need
out.
like a learned wizard to do the tracking spell?
Is everyone leaving?
You were told you could leave.
Where are they all going? Just back to their
No.
rooms. Well, if we're done speaking for the night, then I suppose I will go myself. Unless you want to spar.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
We could, but
No, you don't sound like you're into it.
I don't want to hurt you.
You were okay with hurting Theoden, but not me?
I was just gonna give him a little tap in the back of the head for asking so many weird questions.
Ah. So you think that I can't hold my own against you?
No, you should be fine.
I should be fine, yes. We could prove
Besides-
it, but if you don't want to, if you're scared,
Well,
then
what? All right,
you sound uneasy.
where's the gym? Let's go.
All right, that's what I thought.
Yeah. You guys are able to find the the sparring area. Dirt ground, white walls lined in kind of white stone lined with racks of armor and swords and whatnot. And you guys can spar if you wish.
No magic.
No.
Fine, no magic. That's not really fair, though. I mean, you're dragonborn, and
I won't breathe on you.
okay, all right, fine.
Daisy May, you're left in this room by yourself.
No, she's coming with us. We need a healer.
Oh,
Yeah. This is a
dragged
real
her
test.
Daisy May, you're going with the Dragonborn and the man that you were told not to look in the eyes.
Oh, well, then Daisy May's gonna add. So, are you like a Sir Rook or just a Rook, or, are you noble?
Am I still in that thing? I'm just Rook is fine.
Okay. So, like as a Dragonborn, are you able to breathe fire?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I
So
just
as a
told him I
Dragonborn-
can't.
and as Dragonborn, like, are both your parents Dragonborn, or was one of them human, or how does that work?
You know
Did
what?
you
I
have
don't
to
even
get
know, and
away?
you're asking way too many questions now that I find personal. Come heal and shush.
You're in for quite a treat, I think.
I
Where's Willow?
guess if I want to watch two grown men bash each other around, I could have stayed at home and watched my brothers fight.
This would be far better than that. Where is Willow? Has anybody seen Willow?
Wasn't she just here?
Well,
I mean, you never know her. She can walk out of a wall.
I know. Asking where is Willow is one of those very difficult things to answer, but I was just hoping somebody might have seen her. The answer to that is no, I'm sure. Willow!
You hear no response. But as you call out Willow, if it's okay with you guys, I'm gonna head over to Euphemia. Euphemia, you hear it before you hit the door. You are in the hallway, maybe 20 feet away. And you hear two voices going at each other, screaming. You hear things clanging against walls. What do you do?
I'm going to pause for a second and see if I can discern what it is they're screaming at each other about.
Yeah, give me a perception check with advantage. Because while they are yelling at each other, it is
22.
The 22, you can hear Willow she says something along the lines of you said I was done. They would be done. This is not done. Rajat screams something back in Giant. And yeah. So you can discern that it's probably about like Willow leaving.
I do know Giant, so I would be able to.
He says, oh, okay, so he would just say, no, absolutely not. So it's just kind of a back and forth yelling of that caliber.
I'm going to open the door.
Okay. You open the door.
And if that doesn't garner their attention, do I have anything cool I can do?
Do you have anything? Probably.
Do I have anything
You
cool?
have very cool spells.
No, I'm not going to do anything super cool. I am going to, however, use Mage Hand and sort of pull at Rajat's ear like a child.
You pull at his ear and he just kind of like tilts. And they, as soon as the door opens, you cast it, they quiet down.
Is there a reason that a servant had to come get me because you two would not stop screaming at each other?
Willow doesn't say anything, and neither does Rajat.
Would you rather I delve into your minds and figure it out, or would you like to, just come out and say it?
Willow will speak up. I have decided that I'm done. I've done my job. I've protected you all, and I brought you here. And the end of my contract was when we left Dryglen. That was it. And I stayed because I care about you, Euphemia. I do. But with this war going on, it would be the perfect time for me to leave without a trace. Disappear.
And where would you go?
Don't know yet. Figure that part out.
Do you think this war stops at the Oshedi Empire? Do you think that once, the crown has taken over this land, do you think it will not spread outwardly? Do you think you will be safe anywhere else? Because I could tell you the answer to that. It's going to be no. This is going to spread unless we contain it. I understand your frustrations, Willow. I understand that we had a deal. However, things do change. If you would like to reassess your position, perhaps we can have you be a little bit more close to home We can have you within the castle. We could have you within the party. That is fine.
I don't think you understand. I don't want to be here. I'm sick of wearing this red and black. I'm sick of having these eyeballs embroidered onto my clothing. I'm sick of the red swords. I'm sick of all of this. If I walk outside and I get stabbed, I would welcome it at this point. I don't think you understand the absolute toll this takes. And maybe it's because Rajat has not told you exactly what happens to us. But there's a reason we're done by the time we hit our 20s. Because mentally, it destroys us. And if I go any longer, I will be mumbling my words, drooling, and saying nothing more than I want to eat. I can keep going, but I cannot do it to the capacity that I have been. And he keeps telling me over and over that I need to find a replacement, but we both know there's only one replacement that he ever wanted. And Rajat kind of goes, "Shut up." No. And Willow
who's that
kind of
replacement?
And Willow remains silent.
Who's the replacement, Willow? And I cast Detect Thoughts.
You detect thoughts. What does she have to do?
If any sort of surface thoughts come to her, I can immediately sense it. If I want to delve deeper, she has to roll a save.
Okay. Her immediate thought is the one before me.
Who's the one before you?
She doesn't say anything.
I'm going to look to Rajat.
Rajat. Euphemia. I love you, but this matter doesn't concern you.
Anything that goes on in this castle concerns me. Anything that goes on in this empire concerns me. When the future of our children's lives are at stake, and their futures.
Go look in on the children. I'll deal with this.
No, you will not. Willow, come with me.
Willow begins to follow you. And you wouldn't know the Red Sword language because that is a language I created. You would not. So she kind of whispers something under her breath and begins to follow you.
Once we've made it a little bit down the hall, I'm going to turn to Willow. To what capacity do you wish to serve?
Euphemia, if you could take a blade and stick it in my heart, I would welcome it because I don't want to deal with it in any capacity. Not anymore. And I was telling him out of the goodness of my heart that I was going to leave. And then he denied that. And seeing as I'm tied to him, I was limited.
Tied in what way?
Oaths. We worship the same god.
Iffy.
And so, yes, and so without his permission, I cannot leave. And it has been months that I have asked, and then the war broke out, and then he denied me any of it. Any freedoms.
Does it have to be his blood, or can it be the blood of his blood?
His blood alone.
I will speak with him. And then I'm going to grasp Willow's, one of Willow's hands in mine, and then kind of like cup her cheek. I understand this is hard for you. I had hoped after the mess in the capital that you would be able to run free and clear, and I'm sorry that I've not been able to keep my word for that. I will try to make this right. Until then, I'm afraid you're just going to hang on a little longer.
She kind of lets go of your hand and she just goes, "As you wish, my lady." And she begins to walk away. Theoden, you open the door to your chambers, and you see Kana still in her nightgown, kind of looking through some papers, and she has like a container, she's looking through some papers, and she has like this container of ink, and that she is kind of looking through. She's kind of like dipping a quill in and writing, and she goes, "Theoden."
Yes, I was told you had urgent business.
Yes, I do. Right. Give me 1 second. I have a paper here that I need you to sign so that I can send it immediately. And she begins to rummage through, and she like pushes it toward you. And she hands you the quill. As you read through the paper, it's like it's giving your sister some more support in the tout to reinforce both the border and the sea.
Sure. All right. I sign it.
You sign it, and she like looks over another paper, and she goes, "Right, another paper. There was one more. Hold on. Assurance of paternity." She like grabs a paper and she hands it to you. She goes, "That one too."
Assurance of what now?
It's to go into the records for your sister. She has to put it in the records that I'm with child, so that when I do give birth, there is no question that you are the father.
Did I already know that, or was that?
No.
I don't care. Oh, well, that's fantastic news. Yeah, I give her a hug and like, I don't know.
She's like gives you a hug. She's kind of a bit startled. Yes. Yes, wonderful news. I didn't tell you, did I?
You did not know.
Oh.
I was beginning to wonder if something was broken. How long have you known?
3 weeks or so.
Okay. Well, I suppose we have been busy.
My moon skipped twice, and I went to the clerics, and I said, "Oh, there's something wrong," and they helped me.
But we've still been. But we've still been going as though it hadn't happened yet.
I thought that was fine. I thought I had told
sure.
you.
Oh no. I mean, I'm fine with that arrangement. I don't mind. I just figured, there's some urgency there that I guess didn't need to be there. But if that's, if that makes it more exciting.
I don't suppose you could. Yeah, I suppose it was fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't unhappy with it.
Likewise, it's a nice little reprieve from everything else going on outside. But yeah, sure, I will sign. Absolutely, I signed the paper.
You sign the paper. She like grabs it and she signs, and she goes, "Can I have your ring for the seal?"
Yep. Yeah. Of course.
She like puts some wax on the paper and she pushes it toward you to seal.
I seal it.
You seal it. And Kana After being kind of happy, she looks at you and she says, I've had some men that have returned from the border. I don't know if you wish to tell them, but I would not. But the tout has lost about 3 miles of that border to the king.
Any major towns or cities there, or is it just sort of a war of attrition?
Not yet. Your sister's castle has been taken. As you know, that was on the border.
I assume she evacuated well before.
Yes.
Okay.
They were evacuated, but there is issues, and your sister has had to remove many soldiers and push back the lines.
What sort of issues?
Well, there has been a lot of burnings, and they seem to have captured one of her children.
Oh.
I've sent men to get him back, but she is terrified.
That is understandable.
It is a small band of men that I'm sure your men can take care of. It is simply that she is scared. So her husband has taken to manning that.
Is there anything we can do from here? I guess that there's so much going on. I don't really know how we can best help.
I think best we can help is simply accepting that there are going to be a lot more deaths, and just sending men and as many ships as we can to protect the seas around them.
Of course. Yes, you wouldn't have happened to have heard anything about a book, I guess. Our comrade, Rook, he had mentioned a book that could be of value in turning the tide.
Any particular kind of book?
A black one.
Like black wood?
Black leather-bound book.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that, because there's so many black leather-bound books in the world.
I thought the same thing, but he was so adamant that we should be able to find this one. I was like, okay, well... But, yes, it's not a lot to go on, I admit.
Yes. Well, we can deal... I can ask some men on the border that I have sent, and I can ask some of your spies as well.
There was one other thing. It sort of came up that there's been some defections in the ranks, or just some general unease. I guess there's a lot of people, even on our side, who worshipped Nahalij before this whole thing began. I imagine that the death of their previous great lord, my father, might have spurred most on our side to stay strong. But have there been any sort of defections in our ranks? Is that a major issue we've got to watch out for?
There's been a couple barons who have refused to give up soldiers. They've been promptly dealt with. There are a few lords that were worried that their people would overthrow them, but after quite a few assurances and your sister appearing in the tout, and with your appearance not a few months back, they've been reassured. So no large defections, but I can ask around.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we need to do another PR tour. I hate those, but something to keep
I
in mind.
don't like the smell of a lot of those babies, and it's not the peasantry's babies. Those are clean babies. It's the nobility's babies.
You don't like the smell of their babies?
That nobility's baby. They didn't hand you any babies. They handed me all of the babies.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I think if it's your own, you sort of get attached, and so you assume that everyone else will be as excited, which that will be us now in not too long, which is exciting. But yeah, they don't hand me babies. I think that I wouldn't know what to do with a baby if I got one. Like, do I like one of these or like one of
We
these?
can get you a puppet.
That might be for the best. I should probably learn how to do some of that. There are classes for that, right? Like we'll go to.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a few academics that can do that for us. Yeah, they can teach
Good,
us.
good.
They do smell like parchment and ink, so that's bad.
The children or the academics?
Both.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so she like kind of continues to talk to you. It is getting a little bit toward the evening, so she kind of invites you to come eat with her, unless you want to go, to the big chamber to eat.
No, I think. Have you told anyone else the good news?
No, I was hoping to keep it to ourselves.
Okay.
But I may go talk to Euphemia, Lady Euphemia, as I have never done this before, and she has done it at least 5 times.
That is probably good. She's been a bit on edge recently, a lot going on, but I still think it might actually be a welcome reprieve for her to have something else that's a more positive distraction. So I think that's a fantastic idea. But yes, I will probably eat here with you tonight. I'm not sure I could contain myself with the news. I'd end up letting it slip or something. So perhaps better to celebrate privately while I wrap my head around everything.
Yeah, and she does. You guys have dinner together, and I think we're gonna take our break here, so that we can get some food and some snacks in ourselves, and then we're gonna pick up with Cass and Rook and Daisy May. Sound good? Is our overlord here to deal with this?
I go.
Okay, that was weird. Welcome back, everyone. We are here. We're back. And last we left off, I believe, Theoden was getting some good news. His wife is pregnant. She got a baby. Doesn't like the smell of other people's babies.
Who does, really?
She's
It's
got this,
okay.
like,
I don't
sensory
like other
thing.
people's babies or babies in general.
They're weird. She does have a sensory thing.
Yeah, I can't wait to know the backstory of why Kana has like the smell thing.
You'll figure it out. But as we left off, it was getting dark, and people could either take, dinner in their quarters, or they could go into the dining hall. Is anyone going into the dining hall, or is everyone kind of keeping to themselves?
We're sparring out back, so
You guys are sparring out back. We are gonna pick up with Cass and Rook duking it out outside while Daisy May watches.
any woman's dream.
Beautiful men just fighting each other. So yeah,
Sounds like a fairy tale. Paladin fighting a dragon. Wonderful. It makes me the bad guy and I'm supposed to die. That's not fair.
you don't have to die.
That's true.
So you guys begin your sparring. You guys get to the arena, for lack of a better word. And Daisy May, there is some like seats, a bench just right next to the rack of armor and weapons. There's also like little ledges that if you're dexterous enough, you can kind of get up there and sit in.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm 5'2". I don't want to be like jumping up for a ledge.
Fair enough. So you just sit on the
So
bench.
I'll just apparently because I have to be here to watch something or save somebody from dying. I guess that's why they have brought me along, dragged me along. So she's gonna sit on the bench. She's gonna rummage in her little pouch and pull out some embroidery that she started a while ago because that's her hobby. She sews,
Love
embroiders.
it. She's adorable. Yeah, you pull out your embroidery. There is enough light in here with like candles and the chandelier and the natural light that you can like just embroider quite
Oh, so
easily.
it's slightly dark.
Slightly.
So she's just gonna cantrip light on some small object so that way she can see.
Okay. You can cast the cantrip and you have some light now.
Nice.
Rook, Cass, how are you guys getting full decked out and fighting each other, or is it just gonna be like
So
Time of
Rook,
war,
armor,
I think we're always decked out, aren't we?
armor. Well, it's your choice. Armor or no armor.
Armor's fine.
All right, armor's fine then. Weapons or just our hands and feet. I think weapons.
Yeah, I think weapons is better. Like, we're not gonna be punching people in the field, so no, I'll say
Probably
weapons.
not.
Yeah, okay.
fair enough?
Right. Well, then perhaps Daisy may count us down.
Fine. Now, wait. So since you're here, she's here to heal. We're gonna go at it, right?
That's right.
Okay.
All right, y'all do that.
Yeah, y'all aren't expecting for me to like revive you from the dead or anything.
No, we are not gonna
No.
kill each other, but
No, we're not going to kill each other.
I don't think Cassius is gonna take it easy on me.
Oh no. I've seen you fight now,
mean-
so
You do know that I only have so much faith magic in me a day, right? I
well,
just
it's a good
can't
thing
like.
it's the evening.
Daisy May, Daisy May, you finally realize you see it. You see where it's been coming from this whole time.
Oh shit.
That beacon of light.
Oh no.
And it is as bright as you've seen. You didn't really note it when it was daytime, but now you do.
Where's it coming from exactly? Are you gonna like whisper to me?
What beacon of light?
What beacon of light? What is going
Out
on?
in the
Oh no.
you guys are out in the darkness, so you can see it, like that beacon in the night sky. You know that only you can see it. You've tried to get other people to see it, but they just never do.
I don't know how I feel about that.
You can keep it to yourself. You don't have to say anything.
Yeah, I think I will for now until I can figure something out. Maybe I'll pray on it. Please don't kill each other. I would
No,
appreciate
none of that.
to keep my workload minimum.
Oh no, just and just remember that if I go down, then focus on me. I can help Rook.
Right. Okay. Well, good luck. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Whatever you wanted me to do. I'm going back to my.
All right, let's go.
embroidery.
1, 2, 3. I don't know what you guys wanted me to do. Is where you guys start. If you guys want to roll me initiative to see who.
Hell yeah! I've wanted to fight this man since day one.
Do it.
I have to find initiative.
Used.
There it is.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Can you
Terrible.
remind me
Both
what
did
weapons
terrible.
You spoke
Rook
before
and
me.
Cassius have?
Sorry, what?
What
Can you
weapons?
remind me what weapons y'all have?
So I have
Yeah.
a glaive.
I'm working on that, and this is all part of my great plan to do combat, which I've never done in D&D.
okay.
So,
Understandable.
my great plan is coming to fruition.
Finally done it.
I have a sword and a shield. It's a. Does it tell me? I thought it did. Longsword. Okay. Yep. Longsword. And
Yeah, the shield will help you with your AC. Make sure in your inventory that you have it equipped, though. So your inventory
How
will
would I
have like a
know?
little shirt icon instead of the bag
can-
icon.
Okay. Yeah, it's on now.
Cool.
And. Yeah.
Yep, you have all the things.
Okay, yeah, it's on. Chainmail's on. Okay, so now this is in my. Is this in my actions tab?
Your attack, yes. So
Okay.
you can either, with your weapons, if you're not using any magic, is all you can use.
He said no magic.
He said no magic. You can target him on the combat tracker.
This is why I'm doing this, because I don't know how this works. Combat tracker. There we go. So by target, I just click on him, or
Yeah, so you control.
Control.
it's not really doing anything.
Oh, it's right there.
Is it because he's a friend?
No, you can still target me. There you go.
Yeah.
You got it. But you
Oh,
targeted
okay.
yourself as well, though.
Oh,
Don't
no.
target yourself.
There we go.
There you go.
You're good. And then you can attack.
Okay. So in this case, I would just roll.
The +5, the thing that says +5, you would roll with your longsword, I assume.
Okay,
It misses.
cool.
You should have another.
You should have 2 attacks. You're over
Yeah.
5th level.
Okay, how do I know that? Is that just something I would know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at
It'd
your
also be on your
abilities
abilities
tab, it just probably
Mhm.
says like extra attack or something.
Extra attack.
Extra attack, yes, I see it. Okay, when you're at 5th level, you take twice instead of once. Okay, cool. See, this is why we're doing this.
Yes.
Because
I
I
shouldn't
have...
be helping you though.
No, you should be. I've literally never done combat in the D&D system in my life.
Oof.
The 19 hits, so you do hit him, and now you can double click on the damage next to it, the 1d8 plus
1d8 plus 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you hit him for 4.
Okay.
I will say this was a silly idea to not let you use magic, because you are very magic heavy.
Yeah, I
Hit
am.
hard.
But he's an honest man, and I'm gonna hope that Rook is acknowledging that the paladin is taking it easy on him.
Yes.
Good.
Very easy on him.
Very, very easy.
Because I can't do stuff.
Rook.
All right. So I also have an extra attack. I actually have 3. So one of them is with the pommel. So I'll do the first 2.
Okay.
That
10
misses.
is gonna miss.
As he has a shield, so he's gonna be hard to hit.
Oh shit!
Damn,
Crit.
that was a nat 20. All right.
Hold on. From the sidelines, she's going to do a sentinel. Daisy May's going to do sentinel at death's door and get rid of the critical.
Ooh.
So it'd just be a regular hit instead of a critical hit.
You're not supposed to help us during the fight. You're supposed to heal.
Ruining all of Rook's fun.
He said.
It's
All
a
right.
reflex. Okay, I'm
So-
sorry. It's a reaction.
No,
Just
she's
give-
showing her skills. She's showing
Right,
her
that's
skills.
true. So can you give him back the damage and I'll
Yeah.
just roll it a second time?
Yeah.
All right. Let me
That
know
was
when.
nasty, though.
That was very nasty. I loved that.
All right, I'm gonna roll it again. And then
12.
the pommel.
Hit him with the pommel. Pommel him.
That one misses.
15 is gonna miss. All right. Cass's turn. I do have both your character sheets pulled up.
Okay.
Cool.
So, Cass, after getting hit with that, was kind of like, like he's a little annoyed because he wants to respond the way he normally would, but he can't. So he kind of just like recenters himself, does a little bit of footwork, and goes in for another longsword attack, I guess.
Make him use his breath weapon. I want to see it.
Nope, miss. Another one, and a miss.
2 misses in a row.
Two
That's
bad
gonna go
rolls.
to Rook.
All right, here we go.
Breath weapon. Breath weapon.
Nice.
I'm not breathing
Ooh.
on him. Would you stop it? Second attack. And then pommel.
Okay. All of those are going to miss.
I know.
No,
Sorry,
the
well,
first
one
I
hit, I
thought
already.
did.
One
Yeah, but I
hit.
rolled the damage already.
Oh,
Yeah,
Started
you're already
I don't
hurt.
need to be here.
This is giving me that like I could do this all night.
Y'all gonna go at it all night? All right.
They're very virile, you know. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna check something now.
I can answer questions if needed.
Okay. No, I'll for the sake of learning, I have the grappler feat, and if he's in melee range, am I able to use that?
You have to make an attack.
Mhm.
Yeah. You have to make an attack, but I would say that you could, like, if you wanted to grapple him, you could, but then you wouldn't be able to attack him.
The other thing you can do is try to disarm him. So if you get a hit, you can disarm him, and he has to waste time picking up his weapon.
Okay, and that would all be done under the same attack roll or a different attack roll?
So that would be your attack action. So instead of having 2 attacks, you would use one of those. For the grapple, you can use one of the 2. But for the
where are
disarm, I
those
think you have to
found?
use one. Where's what from?
An attack action.
I think you should have like unarmed.
Simple weapon, martial weapon. Yeah. Unarmed attack would just be your strength. So just
Yeah?
roll your strength.
Okay, I'm gonna do it for the sake of practice. He's going to, after missing twice, he's gonna try to close the gap between them a little, like hiding behind his sword. And he's gonna kind of pop out and try to kind of like grab Rook's hand and like push down on his glaive to see if he can kind of wrench it out of his hands.
Okay.
So that'll be a strength roll.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh. Why do you have advantage?
I don't know. Is there something in my strength causing that?
I think so. Oh,
Yes,
no,
you have an advantage strength check on your effects because Euphemia had given you that ability 3.5
That was
months
ages
ago.
ago. Here.
Yeah, okay. Let me re-roll. I'll re-roll.
But you gotta
Let
take it
me-
off first. Let her take
Hold
it
on.
off.
Yeah.
This is why we're testing this. It's
gonna
like
give you
all
guys
these,
a
It'll be good now.
all these months later, he's just like, I'm still feeling so strong.
All right, go ahead
She
and roll
looked
it.
at me nicely.
All right, I'll roll it again. Pretty close.
All right. And that's contested by. I don't know how you do the disarm because there's different ways. So how are you doing it?
For the disarm, I'd say that it is just a strength check.
Okay.
Oh
what do
no,
you-
he's so strong.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a strength.
I hope he fucks this up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Fuck.
I may have.
12.
Oh! That was like a 4 too. It's a +8. Jesus.
R.I.P. That was a
Oh my
13
God,
and a 12.
I never actually want to fight Rook.
Oh, they're not doing so good. You're also kind of rolling like trash. against one
Yeah.
another.
Yeah. Okay, so what does that mean?
So. I believe-
So that means. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you fail, it just means that you didn't disarm him, and you didn't grapple him. So you're just kind of, you try to grab
was-
at him, but you just can't.
But I beat his
What-
roll.
Yeah, he beat my roll.
Oh, he did beat your roll. Okay, my
Mhm.
bad. I was looking at it differently. I mean that means that you did take his sword if you wanted to.
I think it's more like I was able to wrench it down and like onto the ground.
That worked.
And then hopefully if he bends down and pick it up, I can get him. Though that won't happen because that's not how combat works, but that's how it would happen in my mind.
Yeah, get him a little butt smack.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Don't
yeah,
laugh. Don't laugh, then.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
I'm
This
not-
is serious.
I'm very serious. It's just
You don't
yeah,
you don't
so
want to watch two men wrestle?
no. I'm very much want to watch this. I think laughing is a positive reaction to what's going on
we
here.
did. We did.
So,
Okay,
Rook,
so
you're-
is that my whole if I do that, is that my whole turn?
yeah,
if
I would
it's-
say it's your whole action.
Okay. So you don't
Just-
you can't do if it's the attack roll is you get 2, but like if it's like a disarm is just 1.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
I
learning.
would say so. Yeah. There you go. Awesome. Whose turn is it now?
It's Rook's turn.
Rook.
Unless our bystander is interfering.
You interfering, Daisy May?
Nope.
Daisy May,
no.
you gotta roll initiative. You interfered. Now you're in this.
Oh, okay. I'm
So
not
I
on the
know when
combat
you
tracker,
can-
though.
Also, I would assume
no, wait,
honestly that this is pretty loud. We've got like swords and armor clanging. So, I mean, it's probably not quiet.
Daisy May's at the top of the combat track.
Oh my god.
Okay. So Brooke, you're up.
All right. So I want to retrieve. So it's laying. Rain is laying on the ground then, like right in front of me. Okay.
That would
And
be, yeah.
and Cass is in the way.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to use a grapple. So I'm going to use one of my attacks to grapple Cassius by like the front of his plate. Like you have plate mail on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his breastplate. I'm going to grab for the collar of his breastplate.
Okay. You can do that. Just make sure something quick.
Checking the grappling rolls.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. It's gonna be, strength. 15 against
That's gonna be tough to beat.
another strength.
Nope.
A 12. So you do grab him, Rook.
All right. And then I'm just going to basically like heave him past me, like just yank him back like behind me. So he's not in the way for picking up Rain.
Okay.
So you two dancing over there, twirling around in the dirt.
And then I'm going to pick up Rain and set against like his advance.
Okay. You can do that. That is, I will say that interact with an object to grab your glaive. Yeah, you can do all that.
Is that my turn? Or is it Daisy's turn?
It's gonna be Daisy if she wants to intervene with anything.
She's gonna contemplate about what happened, what
God.
what she was thinking about, that thing that we talked about. That
Oh,
messaged-
yes.
yeah, that thing, yeah.
Yeah.
She's just contemplating.
Okay, she can contemplate.
Cool, hoping that something will come from it. Also, I just wanted to check to see if I got the coding right, which I did not. So I need to figure out how.
Got it. It's okay. Go for it. I will. Cass, you are up.
So, so Cass grunts and is disappointed by this. His blonde hair is a little bit sweaty now and kind of falls in his face. But he like pushes it out of the way and like picks his sword back up. And he's gonna run at Rook for a solid attack with his sword.
Before you attack, the minute you get within range, I get a free attack on you.
Okay, go for it.
Do indeed.
Ooh, nice.
26. It's gonna hit. 18. Ooh.
Okay,
That was
I'm going
good.
up.
You are at 34.
All right, so after you get that hit in, he kind of like stops for a second. He's like, "Ugh," and he's like, you should never have agreed to do this without magic. And then he picks up his sword and he'll go for 2 attacks.
All right. Go for it. 20 is gonna hit. Ooh, that's pretty good.
No.
No. You're both pretty.
Can I move at all?
You can, but moving out of his attack range is going
Give me
to
another
cause
one.
an attack of opportunity.
Okay. No, he'll stay there. He's just gonna hunker behind his shield.
Okay, you can do that. Rook.
Okay. So he's hunkering. I'm going to try to basically destroy the shield.
Okay. Give me your attack. 18. Ooh, 26 is gonna hit.
Yeah, he's got good rolls. Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Oh. Oh, golly.
He's down.
Cass
He's
goes.
down.
He's
Cass
down,
went
he's
down
down.
the first hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
So
Um,
I'd hold back on the second one. I just saw the 2 dice. I was like, why is he up? Wait, okay.
Yes. So Cass, you see that glaive come at you. Oh, how do you do that? How do you bring him down?
So I was like hitting on the shield. So I feel like I put all my strength into hitting the shield, and it just takes him a little bit by surprise. So he goes down on one knee, and then the second one just comes over the top and stops right before his head.
nice.
Cass, you are taking a knee. You're taken to your knees as he like hits your shield.
Yeah, he's kind of like knelt down and he's kind of like breathing hard and he like looks up at him through like his sweaty blonde hair and he's just like, well, next time we're using magic.
If you insist,
I think I do, but in the meantime,
I'll help him up.
You help him up.
I think you'll have to teach me some of your tricks.
Okay. Daisy May is. Oh, it's okay. Hold on.
So-
Is Fury still here?
Yeah, she's right here.
I
Yeah,
cannot
she's
see
moving.
Fury.
She's moving around and everything.
Oh no, I can't see Fury.
I also
Good,
cannot
you're-
see
yeah, I'm
Fury,
here.
but I could see her on
Yeah.
the stream that I
Oh
had.
no,
her
I'm
on.
invisible.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's not my spell, I
can she-
promise.
Can she hop out and come back in, please?
She's back for me.
Fury,
not
you might
bad.
have to hop out and come back in.
But yeah, there you go. You guys had your fight. That ended quickly, but also I see you now. Thank you. You know, badly. That was not good. It was funny though.
Well, we don't want it to take all night anyway.
It's fair. Daisy May, is there anything you want to do? Cass gets taken to a knee. He lost, essentially.
I mean,
no, he-
is he unconscious and prone?
No, he's just like at his knee.
He's I mean, he's probably
Or
a little bruised in some places, but we weren't fighting to kill, so
yeah, there's no like visible like cuts, but there are bruises and
Uh-huh.
You know.
Uh-huh.
that kind of thing.
Well, that was interesting. Here, and she like gives him a little touch on the shoulder. You can take care of the rest.
Right, thank you.
Does help a lot, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, I feel better. Thank you. Anyway, what did you think?
I'm sorry, me? You asking my opinion?
Well, yes.
Well, most of your attacks couldn't hit the broadside of barn.
Oh,
I mean, he's kind of broad.
to be fair, some of them were hitting. He's just very strong. They bounced right off.
If you say so.
So,
Sounds
where
like a weak
did,
excuse.
did Willow never come?
No.
Who?
Oh,
Willow.
Willow. She's a friend.
Oh, the one the Baron called a shadow.
Yes,
Is she
I think
part
so.
demon? Because I mean, I know there's some shadow demons.
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay.
I should look for her. It's weird that she wasn't around to watch us fight.
You know she can take care of herself, right?
I know she can take care of herself. It's
I know. It wasn't a question. I'm saying you know. I was just like, she'll be fine.
Oh, well, I'm not really worried so much as it's odd and it's complicated. I should go.
Isn't she one of our main scouts?
She is, but she would have told me if she was going somewhere.
Maybe it's a secret missing.
She wouldn't keep a secret like that from me.
You can't leave me here with this cleric.
Oh, I see how it is. Daisy, do you have anywhere to be?
I mean, not really. I mean, I could be going to help something or mend something or take care of something.
Mend
But
something?
It's not like I have an
You mean
schedule or
as
agenda.
in people or?
Oh no, well, I mean, I just came here because the Baron said that I should be here, and other than that, I don't really know why I'm here.
Oh. Well, is there anything you need from us?
Not particularly. I mean, I do want, the temples of Varos to be kind of rebuilt, reinstated, and get, a priest to give me my vestments, so I'm actually technically a cleric, a full cleric instead of just an acolyte. I mean, that's it, really.
All right. Well, hopefully if we succeed, that'll all be done. I should go, though. Rook, good luck.
Oh, thanks.
And he leaves Rook with Daisy.
Daisy, you are left
Do
alone.
I need to heal you too, Rook?
No, I think I'm fine.
Everything's all fine, no mending needed. I can mend.
Mend. Oh, no, I'm
Fix things.
like, I look myself over. No, I'm fine. He's like, why do you...
All right, then I'll be off.
Okay. Bye. Wait, where are you going to?
Oh, don't really know. I was just gonna walk around, maybe find the kitchen, get myself something to eat, something to snack on, and
Come
then
on.
maybe find a nice warm corner just cozy up in.
They
I
didn't
also
give
need to
you
go
a
get my
room?
stuff. I'm sorry, what?
They didn't give you a room? A
I
room?
don't think so.
No,
Might
you
have
have to
mentioned
have a
something,
room.
but I was
Come
wasn't
on.
kind of listening. I was just trying to take in all the information about, how I'm not supposed to be looking at anybody in the eye. And I just thought that was so weird because my papa always said that, when you meet somebody, you meet them straight in the eye.
So I started walking away when I said, come on. And when I realized she's not coming, I turn around like, let's go. This way.
Right.
I will take it to the kitchen. Not the kitchen. I'll take it to the dining so she can eat. And then
Okay.
we got to find somebody who would know where her quarters are. Like, if we see Baron, I guess, he might know. If not, can't we just make arrangements for her to have a room?
You can, yeah.
Yeah.
You are on the King's Council. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so I will find out if she has one assigned. If she doesn't, then she needs to be prepped, go get her things, make sure she has a place to stay, and hopefully that's all done by the time she's finished eating.
All right, you can do that. Daisy May, you are taken to a hall with tremendous amounts of food. The fancy kind, they got the good wine.
Oh, goodness
not the bad
gracious.
wine. They got
The free
subpar
wine,
mutton.
not the sour wine.
Yes. It's not out the box. Yeah. So you guys do that. Cass, where are you going?
He's going to look for Willow.
He's gonna go look for Willow. Yeah. Do you get dressed out of your armor or fix yourself up a bit?
No, he didn't change. He's still just sweaty and in armor.
Okay. Yeah. You give me, I guess, give me a perception check to see if you can spot her.
I'm also gonna call out loud for her, so she'd have to be actively ignoring me.
Okay.
Hey.
20, nat 20. I give you guys nat 20s. So, as it should be. with a nat 20, you kind of start looking all around. And you eventually do find her in this like very secluded area in a garden, surrounded by like these orange trees. She's out of this like leather armor that she's known for wearing. And she's like in a very light flowy gown, kind of looking out into the valleys.
I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, my apologies.
You know, Rook and I finally had that duel, and I wanted you to watch. I lost, but still,
Well, maybe I can watch the next one where you win.
I plan to, and I think I would if you were there. I was distracted
Right.
by your absence.
My good luck charm. Oh, well, you would think you would be more, head on and attentive to the fight at hand if I wasn't there.
You would think, but
Well.
was everything okay? I feel like something's off.
No, things are fine. Nothing different since for the last 3 months, everything's been about the same. Why?
Well, I mean, what about what we talked about you, about your contract and your leaving? You're still here, so I can only imagine you're sticking around for me.
In part I am. But I'm also stuck.
What do you mean? And I know it's difficult right now, and I know we haven't really formally said anything about whatever this is, but I don't want you to feel stuck.
No, not with you. God, no, not with you. My contract is bound by magic, and as you know, the only person that can let me out of it is my boss, which you know is Lord Rajat.
What do you mean?
And he is...
I mean, let you out? I thought you were out. I thought that was the whole point of this.
Apparently, until he actively says that I can leave, I can't. So I'm stuck.
I'm sure that you've spoken to Euphemia about this. Certainly she's doing something about that.
Well, from what I can tell, Euphemia is going to do her best, but there is a war going on, and Euphemia, while a friend, is first and foremost a ruthless woman, and I do not think she would let me out. Especially because I'm good at what I do.
Well, it's true. You have been invaluable in every task we've taken on. I'm not even sure we could have succeeded without you, but I mean, a deal is a deal. And if I have to, well, perhaps I could talk to her. Would that be a breach of confidence? I'm sure it would.
Maybe. I don't actually know. I've done all I can. Realistically, if he wishes to keep me under contract for the rest of my life, he can. But
No,
I
that won't
suppose I
happen.
think possibly not. But we don't know.
This war won't last the rest of your life. And we'll finish eventually.
We will. I hope so. Because all I want to do is sit by a tree, eat a couple of apples, and read scripture.
That's a rather low bar line. There's a lot more to life, though I should just mention that. Though I suppose I'm not the best of examples. Sitting by a tree sounds lovely. There are many trees here, and we could sit by a tree right now, though I don't have any apples.
We could steal apples.
You could steal apples. Who are we stealing from?
Kitchens?
Walk me through it. The kitchens, I think we could probably just ask nicely.
It's not as fun. It's better when they're stolen.
Like a thief in the night. Well, I'll speak to them. And we'll get it sorted. There's no need for them to keep your contract. If you want to leave, you'll leave. If you want to stay, you'll stay. It's not their business.
Well, I like your optimism. Now, do you have the little pocketbook? The little pocketbook that we got. Small ones that are bound in like red leather that we can read from.
Of course.
Cool. Great.
Would you like
Let's
me
do
to
that.
read?
Always.
All right. So he'll attempt to sit down, but it's like very awkward because you just don't really sit and plate. So it's more like a controlled fall. Ask me how I know. And he kind of just like clanks onto the ground, and she knows that getting up is really hard, so they'll worry about that part later.
I assume this is not the first time Cass has sat down and plate in front of her.
It's not. It's just that when he gets up, he has to do this kind of like roll thing, and it's embarrassing.
She averts her eyes.
Don't look at me. It's like a turtle.
I'm vulnerable.
I can't get up. There's a tree though. He can like pull himself up.
He can do it. Yeah. And so do you just sit and read with her?
Yep.
Theoden, what are you doing?
I believe at this point just having dinner and then post-dinner activities and then bed. I was hanging out. I
Fair enough. You can do that. Euphemia, what are you doing?
After putting the children to bed, I would go and seek out Rajat.
Okay. You go and you seek out Rajat. You're unable to find him. If you want to make me a perception check, you can.
$19.
So the 19, get over there. With the 19, you do find Rajat. He is kind of down. He's not in the castle anymore. You can see him kind of down in one of the valleys talking with someone. Not really closer to the servants' quarters. As you know, the Horde, if you guys... for you guys, is built into a mountain. So the further down you get, the more like closer to the servants' quarters and things like that you get. So for where you're from, Euphemia is kind of, you're the Great Lady, you're really up there, but you can see him down in the valley.
Do I see like who he's talking to or like anything?
Let me roll. With that, no. You see a cloak. I will say you see it's a feminine figure. Kind of short in stature, maybe 5'4", 5'5", at best. So she's much shorter than him.
Does it look like Sin?
It does not.
Hmm.
It's tiny.
Sorry, I'm seeing if I have anything. I am going to... How far down? How far away?
I'd say it's like maybe 200 or so feet, maybe more. It's like a drop.
Okay. I'm going to sort of just stand there and watch them and to see when the meeting concludes. And then I will try to head him off after that.
Okay. You kind of watch. Daisy May. You are found quarters deep into the servants' quarters. Mostly because a lot of the lords' quarters are full of lords. But also because they haven't been able to arrange a lot of sadly a few de Vesemir's sons died and they haven't been able to fix up their halls that are so they are useful to them to everyone. So you were kind of found a temporary home in the depths of the servants' quarters. Is there anything you're doing?
Well, I mean, whoever took me to my room, I would thank them profusely. This is so nice, so luxurious compared to, what I've been doing, which is sleeping outside in the dirt. And just going over stuff and then just, start doing some prayers.
You're welcome.
Okay. You go over and you start doing some prayers. And outside you can hear kind of some arguing. It's up to you if you want to listen in. You don't have to.
Oh, no. My mama taught me not to eavesdrop. That's just such a rude thing and unclassy and unladylike.
Good. Yeah, so you see, you can hear it, but you don't pay attention to it, so you just kind of ignore it. Euphemia, it takes a second. You kind of watch for a while, and...
Wait, how loud is it, though?
It's pretty loud. You've been put into, like, where they don't even put other servants.
I think I'm going to... No, Daisy May would... She doesn't like her prayers disturbed, so she'll peek out her head and like, excuse me, I'm trying to pray to my God. Could y'all just tone it down? Y'all are like at a 9. Can y'all tone it down to like a 3 or a 4? I'd appreciate
You're gonna
it.
have to yell this because they are like 50, 60 feet away from you.
Jesus Christ, they're loud if I can hear them from that far away and with a closed door.
Do you know when valleys echo?
Yeah.
Like you stand in the middle and even if you're like speaking at a normal tone, it kind of like travels if you're low enough. That.
Okay. So yeah, definitely, shout that down so they would hear me.
You do that and both of them kind of like back away. You see one of the figures, the cloaked figure. Euphemia, you also see this. She grabs like something in like it looks like a piece of paper. What are they called? Like the folded up envelopes that are like the sealed ones, and she like tosses it on the ground and begins to walk away into the woods.
And who else was there? You said it was Rajat.
Yeah.
It would be very hard to mistake him. So
He's a big ass dude.
yeah.
Yeah. And Rajat kind of climbs up back inside and begins to make his way up. Euphemia, you're able... Daisy, you can get back to your prayers if you wish. Euphemia, you find him kind of walking up the staircase.
Do I see Euphemia?
You do. I would say that you can, if you peek your head out, you can see her up above on the cliff. But other than that, not really.
Oh, okay. Did I notice the piece of paper that about the piece of paper that was on the ground?
Yes.
Well, then I would probably so Rook, your companion, she dropped something right there. And I would move towards to pick up the paper to kind of, hand it to him. Or run after him.
Yeah. Rajat kind of turns around, sees a thing on the floor, and begins to walk toward you. Euphemia, you can see this still.
I'm still watching.
he gets up to you and he goes, right, hand it over. And he holds out his hand. Do you hand it over?
Oh,
Oh.
yes, of course. Sorry.
No, you're good. He grabs it and kind of looks at it and puts it in his pocket. He goes, "Thank you. You can go now. Why are you down here?"
He just kind of nods and then and starts going walking back to her room.
Okay. He just goes, "Why are you down here?"
Oh well, this is the room that they gave me, which is perfectly fine because I mean, there's a bed, there's a table, there's a little lamp for lighting, and my stuff's already in there, so it's fine.
Right. Okay. I suppose I can change it tomorrow. Have a good night.
Good night, good lord, great lord, lord.
Rajat is fine. He begins to go inside and climbs upstairs. Euphemia, you are able to like intercept him.
I'm going to sort of. I imagine I just sort of come out from behind a pillar and just like start like walking in step with him.
That works. I think he might be used to that.
That is the second time today that I found you in an argument with someone.
Times of war make people angry. Nothing I could do about that.
Who was that?
An old sellsword of mine. Hasn't cropped up in years.
I wanted to talk to you about Willow.
Right? He kind of stops at a quiet, kind of alcove away from people. What about her?
She has served us loyally and faithfully.
Mm. Correct?
I think you should let her out of her contract.
No.
And why not?
She signed a contract. Tell her. She signed a contract, and that was dependent on finding someone very similar to herself to take her place. Not been able to do that, she can't.
And who would you have take her place?
Any number of people good at what she's good at.
Euphemia is gonna sort of level him with just a glare. You may talk to everyone else that way, but you will not talk to me that way. I understand we are at war, and I understand your frustrations. And we have all sacrificing a lot. Willow has sacrificed enough. She should be able to stay of her own volition if she chooses it.
I understand what you mean, and I understand that you want to help her. But until I can find another butcher to take her place, she has to stay. For the safety of you and our children and even my mother, who I don't particularly like, but she's here.
Fine then. If she has to stay, then she will stay with me.
No,
She will not leave the castle.
she's a scout.
She needs to stay with me then. You said it yourself. Rook seems to think that there are people in the castle. Enemies.
Rook is also an enemy.
Who better to sniff out the enemy than Willow?
Right, yeah. So, she stays sniffing at the enemy in your care. Acceptable?
Yes.
Great. Euphemia, I understand. I will not talk to you in any diminishing fashion. My council is my council. People that stay on it, stay on it. I let you. You took charge of spies, information, gathering. Whoever's on my council is my business. Willow is the only concession I will make to you. If I want to kill or destroy anyone else in my council, keep them under contract, that's mine. You can create your own. Don't interfere with mine.
Fine.
Great. I have to meet up with a source tonight. Have a good night. And he begins to walk toward like the armory.
Euphemia doesn't even like bid him a good night. She just turns on her heel and walks away.
He does so. Yeah. And you guys are all kind of in your respective rooms. Is there anything anyone wants to do tonight?
Rest.
Rest. That's fair. Valid. Fantastic.
I'm gonna have a servant deliver a note to Willow to have her meet me in the morning, but that's it.
Okay. Euphemia, before you go to sleep, Kana kind of knocks on your door quietly. You can tell it's Kana because she has this little kind of repetitive tap that she does.
Come in.
She comes in. She's in a robe. She still has her hair in the, very fancy curls that she now that has now become her like signature. Her hair is wrapped. She walks in and she starts to bow to you, remembering that she does not have to.
Yeah, like Euphemia is like, don't, dear, please. It's embarrassing for both of us.
Yeah, no, I forget sometimes. Unfortunate, really.
Is there something wrong? It's quite late.
Well, no, I wanted to ask, I have been eating eggs for the past 2 months, every day, and I love them, but I'm getting sick of them. How do I get rid of that?
Eat something other than eggs.
I tried, and then everything else makes me vomit. Right, no. Oh, Theoden told me to stop doing this. Give context. I'm with child. That's the bit that I forgot to begin with. Yeah.
Euphemia's face sort of like the harshness and especially of the day sort of just like melts off of it. And she looks at Kana like bittersweetly. And then she like grabs her hands and Kana, that's lovely news.
Yes, not about the eggs though.
No, maybe you should try eating eggs of a different variety. Have you been eating them hard-boiled? Maybe try a nice deviled egg or
Salad.
something.
Yeah.
Salad, yeah. Scrambled. Throw some veggies in it. You do need iron and protein.
I do. I heard that your teeth can fall out, and so I've been focusing on that. And I'm sure that I need a midwife soon, but I'm terrified because anytime any midwife tells me anything about being pregnant and becoming pregnant, suddenly it becomes a horror book about how your teeth can fall out and your hair can fall out and you can have no nails and then your feet grow like 2 sizes.
Oh, and then your nose gets a little bit bigger, gets a little
Yeah.
wider. Mm-hmm.
And then apparently you don't retain any water and you have to urinate every 3 minutes.
Yes, that is one of the unfortunate side effects, I will say. And that also carries over after pregnancy as well. So just so you know that.
I just don't know how to get rid of the sickness in the morning. I used to have to get up 3 hours before Theoden so I could expel all the contents of my stomach, wash my mouth, and then go back into bed.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to have one of the midwives in the horde come visit you in the morning. Unfortunately, besides some ginger root, really you can't do much about the morning sickness. It'll pass. How far along are you? Only, I imagine, just 3 months.
2 or 3 months, nothing extreme. Nothing is becoming. I mean, some clothes is becoming tighter, but because of the kind of clothing that they wear in the tout, it's a bit more. It gives me some leeway.
Well, it should be fading soon. Hopefully, we'll try to make you as comfortable as possible. I'll have the midwives mix up some concoctions for you. In the meantime, if you want, and I will go over to one of my bookshelves with all of like my journals and things like that, and I will pick out one of my. It was basically like a pregnancy journal documenting everything in a very almost medical manner.
Okay.
If you want to read this is detailings of my first pregnancy and how I dealt with a lot of the symptoms. I experienced a lot of what you're saying, so maybe it'll help you.
I would appreciate it. Thank you. I needed some guidance.
Of course, dear. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. I'm sure I also have some other dresses around here that might fit you a little bit better as you grow.
I would appreciate that greatly because I feel very bad having the dressmakers make new dresses after they just made me dresses because I had no dresses to be great lady.
I'm going to sort of kind of pat her on the head a little bit awkwardly. You're going to be great.
I don't like the smell of babies. They smell like milk.
It's a little unpleasant. Stinky.
And I fear that it's gonna have Theoden's bad sea smell. I do.
Oh no, let's hope that it stays landlocked for a little while.
Oh.
Has he gotten rid of the smell yet?
It's good sea now. It's decent sea. It's not great sea.
It's just sticking into everything, huh? Just right into all of the fibers.
We have to wash the sheets every day.
Have you tried a perfume or anything to just mask it? That is very unfortunate. We're gonna have to. I think it might be a medical condition. Actually, we might have to have him go see a cleric or something about that.
Possibly. Right then. Well, I will leave you. I am sorry that it's so late. Have a Have a wonderful night, and thank you very much.
Euphemia is going to smile at her and guide her towards the door to let her out.
Yeah, she kind of does a little curtsy and she begins to leave.
Once she is gone, Euphemia is going to make her way over to her bed and sort of sit down on the edge of the bed and let out like a very shaky breath. And she's going to hold her midsection and she's going to start crying.
As we leave Euphemia, dealing with her very difficult decision, Daisy May, this is the second time you've been interrupted in your prayers.
Someone's bothering my prayers?
Except this time, it is the sound of rustling trees kind of above you. You hear footsteps kind of walking up as you know you're at the bottom, so you know there's some like trees and staircases above you. And you begin to hear the like pitter patter, and it's fast. And you hear like the drop of a couple of like the thunk of maybe a bag in front of your door as it continues to run.
So I'll open my door.
You open your door. And at your door is a bag that looks like it's full of clothing. It's the same one type of clothing, which is these black robes that have like this chain belt around them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's maybe 3 or 4 of those in there.
Did somebody expect me to do their laundry? Or do these need to be darned?
These are all clean clothes. It does look like it was maybe just dropped, as opposed to like being placed there. It was just like yeeted onto your doorstep.
So they don't need mending. They don't need to be cleaned. Did somebody lose their clothes? I have no idea, but it's late, right?
It is.
So we'll deal with it. It's a tomorrow Daisy problem.
It's a tomorrow Daisy problem.
Yeah.
Cass,
Huh?
you are sitting, reading with Willow. What have you guys been doing?
Reading.
Just reading? Okay. You guys continue reading, and it is maybe a couple hours, maybe 1 or 2 hours after you guys have started, that you begin to hear the rustle and the dropping of some rocks on the ground, and you hear the rushing of steps, maybe hitting some stone, very much near you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna wobble up to my feet and pull myself up via the tree and draw my sword and be like, shh, to Willow.
Yeah, she kind of gets up and picks up the back of her dress. She does have like a little train. She is not in armor. She is in a dress. So she is not very safe. She kind of throws it around her arm as she steps behind you. And you see a woman with kind of a veil on, a wimp, if you will. She
I haven't heard
kind
that
of
word in like 20 years. What the hell?
now
It's
you
like
have.
it's like a visceral memory. It's weird.
She's like comes out of some trees kind of running, She seems tired. She's like pulling herself up, and she sees you standing there with a blade. And she kind of stops, which makes her drop all these things that she's holding. And she looks up at you out of breath, and she goes, "Hi. I'm at the Stowe, right?
Yes.
The big place. Is this
Who are you?
the Horde, the coin place?"
Yes, I think it is.
It is. I'm my name is Curator Renee Yadara. And she kind of looks up at you, her like veil falling backward, and you can see those two distinct eye colors that the curator also has.
Curator.
Yes, a curator, not that kind, definitely not that kind. I came to help.
Oh, really?
I have money, I have letters, and I know where the curator's gonna be in 2 to 3 days. Please don't kill me.
I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to take you into custody.
That is fine. I went through a lot of trouble to not get killed to get here.
Well, you haven't done anything wrong. Not yet. Come here. And Cass will, like, bid him over and, like, take out some twine or string or rope or something and just, like, not harshly, but just sort of, bind his hands behind his back gently, and then kind of hold him tightly by the shoulder to guide him, or her, I couldn't tell. Guide her into the castle.
Yeah.
And he'll look at Willow, and he's kind of gives Willow like that. He's like, as he's walking away, he's like,
Willow follows along with you, and she's just kind of, I didn't eat, so hopefully we can deal with this and then do that.
we can get you some food while you wait. Willow, would you please get her something to eat?
Yeah. Dungeons?
No. And there's got to be some kind of like entry, like a entry space.
Yes. You can bring him to the like main entrance of this castle, but that would be up to you if you want to do. Technically speaking, she's a curator. So realistically, any curators that you guys see or have will be thrown into the dungeons as like a precaution.
That's fine. I just showing them a modicum of respect before just throwing them in a dungeon. So there's like a place that we could walk before going into the dungeon, and just to like hold her there for a minute.
Yes.
And when Willow asks dungeons, he goes, no, later. But for now, let's go to the foyer. I'm gonna call it that, and it's gonna be like a garage.
Okay.
They can call some guards over, you know.
Yeah. You call some guards over, and you take her to the foyer, and you do see those eyes. Every time you've encountered them have led to something not great.
Yeah, it's definitely uneasy.
So as you call some guards over, you now have this curator. She looks at you, Cass. She goes, I mean, we could kill the king if you wanted, but I don't think that's the right place to go.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The curator. It's all laid out in the books, in the papers.
Look, I'm not the one you should be talking to about that. And I'm not here to treat you harshly. You've done nothing wrong to me directly. As long as you cooperate and intend no harm, I'm sure we can treat you with dignity and respect. Now, if you'll wait here, I need to go get my friends and my colleagues who will know what to ask.
Okay. You can do that. And as you begin to leave and to find someone, you see Raven, the girl who like takes after, like follows Euphemia around. She watches you walk away as she whispers, "Fire and brimstone does not make me quake the way fingers bitten by ice and shivering breaths do."
She whispered that to Kaz?
Yeah. As you're walking by.
He stops definitely and like stops dead where he is. What did you say?
Words, dear. Words.
What do you hang around like you do?
I'm useful.
Is it just another contract? Just another person who's forced to be here, or do you be here for your own amusement?
No. You're all very fun to watch. Run
Well, make
along
yourself
with your
useful,
friends.
as you say you are, and keep watch over this one.
Very well.
He's just like, and he like walks away.
Yeah, as you walk away, we're gonna end it here. I feel like that's a good place to stop. With Cass being grossed out by this child, as he should be.
Mm-hmm.
She is very creepy.
She's
very
very
creepy.
creepy.
She's meant to be very creepy.
She's the goth girl. Creepy goth student.
Yeah.
Very spook.
Well, that's where we're gonna end. You guys have a. Do you guys have any final thoughts, things you want to say about this session before we go?
No, but I enjoyed it.
All
I
right.
had fun.
Sorry that your husband's being a goober.
Yeah. Well, I'm going through something very difficult of all things.
He's being a tool, total tool.
times.
I'll kill him.
Good to be back.
Cass will kill anyone. Cass is just waiting for the go ahead.
No, he actually likes Rajat a lot, but he's not a fan of how he's treating Willow. But he does like Rajat a lot.
I feel like you might have a difficult time killing Rajat at this point. I think we need to level up a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I don't know. He only has 20 hit points right now. We could take him.
No, don't look at that. Stop. He's fine. Fine. Oh, see, he's fine. It's all fine.
Ah, damn.
Different now. I forgot to change the. I forgot to give everyone a long rest after the end of season 2. So, my bad.
Cass
But yeah.
is very like, he's very lawful stupid. He would still take on Rajat even if he knew it was like a suicide mission.
I love that.
no. That's
Just our big him,
understandable.
though.
But he wouldn't. He likes Rajat.
What a vibe. Well, it was lovely to have you guys all at the table again. What anything you guys want to plug? Talk about?
You can catch me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays over on my channel, Myriad_X, playing some cozy games, playing some spooky games, playing some Mass Effect. And then next Saturday, I'm having a cheeky little 12-hour stream. So
Why?
Because I reached 500 followers, so I was like, hey, let me torture myself by streaming for 12 hours.
Oh,
right,
That
congrats.
sounds super nice.
Thanks.
Congrats
Thank
on
you.
500.
Anyone else? Ant? Havoc?
Oh, come watch me sail. My schedule's not that hammered down, but do it anyway.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Wednesdays and Saturdays, every other.
I want to. Can we pitch something? Maybe it's already there, and I'm stupid. There's another Discord I'm in that whenever somebody in the channel who is like a member and has the streamer role starts streaming, there's an announcements channel where it pops up automatically. Like I think
Yeah,
a bot. Do we have that?
We do.
Okay, then that's what I was saying. Am I stupid? It may be muted or something. That or I'm not seeing it.
I think we have to post, like, we actually have to post that we're going live.
Oh,
It's
does
like
it?
an automatic thing, right, Mac?
In the Discord, you have to opt into the role to see those notifications. So I don't spam people with @everyone all the time, because I have
Oh,
other
okay.
streamers posting that as well. So
Fair enough.
if you
Alright.
want to see our
Gotcha. Well,
notifications,
I mean, yeah, I would
Mhm.
love to follow you guys when you're live. I just never know when because I don't see notifications for it. So, I don't know.
I'll
Somebody
message
needs to hook me up.
you. I'll message you.
Hook me up.
I got you.
Thank you.
I don't know how to add
well-
the notifications. So hook me up too.
Well, this was a good first session. Hopefully you guys are gonna like the rest and what I have coming up for you guys.
Yeah.
So, we'll see you guys next Thursday. Correct, everyone?
Yeah.
See you guys next Thursday, and if get into the Discord so you can see any updates, and if you guys want to see any cool stuff, you can. I'm gonna start posting more stuff about this campaign if you want to follow me on stuff, or you can follow literally anyone else here. They are the best. But for now, we're gonna let you guys go. Come back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific and 9 Eastern to watch Sanguine Isles. Different Sanguine Isles. This is Gilded Blades. But yeah, you guys have a good time. You can go now. Go away.
Bye.
Bye. Bye bye.
We all wave like Teletubbies.
Oh.